Ladies and gentlemen, the Chairman.
Reverend John Davis.
Let us pray. Almighty God, you call us, the people, to pray for our elected councillors. And so we pray for all members of this county council, the controlling group and those in opposition, that in all their undertakings, deliberations and decisions, they will serve the common good for the benefit of all people of this county. And in a world riven with conflict, war and hatred, we pray for peace and justice and equality throughout the world, for peace, reconciliation and forgiveness among all peoples of good, to enable God's kingdom to grow in our lives. And we ask this in the name of the one who came to serve, not to be served, Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen. And I invite you, if you wish to do so, to join me in saying that prayer that our Lord gave us. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, the power and the glory, forever and ever.
Good morning, everyone. Please be seated. Right. Item 1, apologies. Are there any apologies for absence?
Good morning, Chairman. Good morning, Council. Yes, we do have a number of apologies. They are Councillor Beermore, Councillor Chapman, Councillor Cooper, Councillor Hall, Councillor Large and Councillor Mason. Thank you.
Are there any further apologies? Item 2, declarations of interest. Does any member wish to declare an interest? Item 3, confirmation of the minutes of the previous meeting. I move that the minutes of the council meeting held on
Chair, and good morning, fellow councillors. I wish to raise the fact that despite raising a question at the last council meeting in December, a sum total of 2 months and 1 day ago, I'm still waiting for a response, and I wondered whether I could receive the response I was promised by the Cabinet Member for Health and Care, and also an apology for the delay in receiving it, and to understand why I hadn't received that response. And this related to send funding on paragraph 46.
Okay, we'll get that followed up. Thank you. Yes, can we vote on the minutes, please? Is everyone happy with the minutes? Apart? Thank you. Councillor Holland.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I wish to raise a point of personal explanation, if I may. It's regarding a comment I made during a previous meeting where we were discussing local government reorganisation, which is something I'm passionately opposed to. Upon reflection, I recognise that what I said fell short of the standards of conduct expected of a councillor, and I apologise unreservedly for any offence caused. I'm making this apology because I believe strongly in the high standards of behaviour expected on this council, and in my view, any member who falls short of those standards should do the honourable thing and acknowledge it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Holland. Item 4, Chairman's Correspondence. His Majesty the King's New Year's Honours. I'm sure that members will wish to join me in extending the Council's congratulations to the following residents of Staffordshire who have received an honour in His Majesty the King's New Year's Honours. Members of the Order of the British Empire, MBE. Gillian Dawn Boast of Burton-on-Trent for services to primary care nursing. Kerry Davis of Fradley for services to the Association of Football and to Diversity in Sport. Paul Kevin Hegarty of Lichfield, a trustee of the Licensed Trade of Charity for charitable service to the hospitality sector. Dr. Catherine Louise Taylor-Wheatman of Whittington, consultant in dental public health for Shropshire and Staffordshire Dental Local Professional Network for services to dentistry. Medalists of the Order of the British Empire, BEM. Susan Jane Bonnan of Stafford, Special Constabulary Coordinator at Staffordshire Police for services to community in Staffordshire. Philip John Charles of Abbots Bromley, Parish Councillor and Village Stalwart for services to the community in Abbots Bromley. Russell David Clark of Keele, Head of the Language at the University of Keele for services to higher education. Joanne Catherine Fairley of Hints, Tamworth for service to community in Sutton Coldfield. Richard Graham Hill of Barlaston for services to charity in Staffordshire. Charles Frederick Hodges of Kimver for services to the community in Enville, particularly for his commitment to St Mary's Bell Tower. Item 5, Staffordshire, the beating heart of the country, Strategic Direction 2026 to 2028. Councillor Murray, will you move the consideration of the report, please?
So I move the consideration.
Is there a seconder?
Yes, I, Councillor Cole, second that. Thank you.
Do you wish to reserve the right to speak?
I do not reserve the right to speak. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Murray, will you introduce this item, please?
Yes, thank you. Before I do so, I do have a little introduction I think is required. And first, let me just say, good morning to everybody. We have a packed gallery again. It's lovely to see. But I do need to say a few words. I stand before you today as the acting leader of Staffordshire County Council and acting leader of the Staffordshire Reform UK group. We won't be voting on a new leader today, not because some alleged acts on social media, as some would have you believe. Because let me tell you now, I too have been a victim of being hacked. Now, I am still the acting leader of this council due to the sad, hard truths of life. So let me make it very clear, very plain and simple for you all to understand. Whether you are a person in the street, a celebrity or a politician, losing a loved one is hard. And we should all be allowed the time, the space and the respect to mourn, especially when it's somebody so dear to you. So, what we should never have to take or accept are these visceral, hateful social media attacks that have been sent out by serving and ex-councillors and MPs covering this whole county at all different levels, solely for some political gain. But more importantly, what nobody should ever have to deal with, nor accept, is the clickbait-titled stories by certain media outlets, giving frankly biased headlines, carefully covering their legal backs within the body of the text. Frankly, I am appalled, disgusted and disillusioned with today's media and allowing it to sink so low during these times. So I warn you now, This must stop. I said in December, and I repeat this exactly again today, while we may not always share the same views or beliefs within friends, our families, and definitely our politics at times, it is imperative that we all both listen and respect those views. Yes, raise your concerns. Absolutely. Challenge and hold to account views that truly breach ethics as well as the law. But use the proper channels. We must all, and I mean everyone, stop these visceral name-calling. The use of this language, the tropes, labelling whole groups. It's not just offensive, it is dangerous. It's dangerous to all serving politicians. I mean, our own recent history has shown us that. And let me add, the language and headlines used in recent weeks only inflames tensions across society rather than fostering constructive debate. When political discourse descends into hostility, it can and it has created conditions where violence becomes the thinkable. We all know tragic consequences when such climates of hatred exist, even when it affects just a single individual. Our own recent history has shown just how dangerous this can be. And let's never forget the tragic, that heart-wrenching murders of 2 of our own MPs in recent times. So please, before somebody gets hurt or worse, stop. I mean, just stop. It is important. Anyway, now let's get on to business. So today I'm going to introduce our new strategic direction for 26 to 2028. It's labelled one of my favourite sayings, Staffordshire, the beating heart of the country. It's our vision for 2026 to 28. We are proud of Staffordshire's past. We are now even more excited about its future. The visions set out our ambitious plans for the next 2 years and beyond to deliver real improvements where they matter most for the people and businesses of Staffordshire. Our strategy will place Staffordshire as the beating heart of the country. We will protect our heritage, our countryside, our rural economy, drive economic growth and create safer, thriving communities across the whole county. We will share Staffordshire's story far and wide, attracting investment to boost business and tourism and to grow our economy and bring more higher paid jobs to this county. This plan is our commitment to act and deliver on behalf of Staffordshire residents. We will empower communities, support innovation and make sure every pound spent is spent wisely. From giving children the best starts in life and supporting families to championing local enterprise and caring for our beautiful and protected landscape. We want everyone and every area in our county to have the best chances to thrive. Our focus is on practical solutions, improving roads and digital connection, fostering safer neighbourhoods, investing in skills and opportunities. With these clear priorities and commitments to doing things differently, along with the determination of our people, Staffordshire will become the beating heart of this country. This sets out our strategic direction for the future and for all we do from this day forwards. And just to be clear, in line with our governance and processes, the strategic direction was agreed in Cabinet on the 17th of December 2025. It went before Corporate Overview Scrutiny Committee just last month, on which there were no recommended changes. As such, we are sharing our strategic direction document with the county today. I'll put forward this proposal. Thank you.
Councillor Holland.
Will Councillor Murray join me in congratulating Liam Dillon and the whole team at the boat in Lichfield for being awarded Staffordshire's second Michelin star earlier this week?
The place I use, it is fantastic venue. I mean, everybody here knows my love, my whole life experience within nightlife, hospitality, tourism and leisure. It really is. It's an epic award. Again, that is now 2 in Lichfield. Congratulations to you. Brilliant achievement. Well done to the boat. Well done to upstairs still. Keeping theirs. Just shows the benefits the investment and shouting out Staffordshire will do when we promote these things. So, yes.
Councillor Coles. Councillor Greatorex.
Allowance that I didn't know Councillor White wanted to speak. Is it possible to have Councillor White speak and me after?
Okay, yeah, and Councillor White.
That's very kind, Councillor Greatorex. Thank you. So, good morning, everybody. It's a pleasure to see a packed house this morning. I will speak to the new strategic plan in a moment, but I did just want to respond to Councillor Murray's opening remarks as well. So, I think we're in broad agreement in this chamber, at least I hope we are, that we want to be here to debate the issues that this council is responsible for. That's what we're here to do fundamentally. We deliver important services for communities across Staffordshire. But in order to do that, we need to have a basic respect between one another as councillors, but also between councillors and the people that we serve. You mentioned in your words that you do not believe that we should be dwelling on the behaviour of some of our councillors. I agree with you that those councillors who have allegations against them that are still being investigated should have the courtesy of due process, but they do need to be held to account for that. I think the difficulties that you are describing are down to the fact that we have a cabinet member, not here today, so I won't dwell on it for too long, but we have a cabinet member in this council who has admitted to making deeply racist, misogynistic and homophobic remarks and has been in cabinet for months after that has been revealed. Until we have that dealt with, I think we're in a very difficult place as a council. Similarly, in terms of leadership, we need a leader for this council, a permanent leader, whether that's your good self, Councillor Murray, or whether it's somebody else. We need that leadership and that direction. And then we can move on if those two things happen. Regarding the strategic plan, I'm pleased to see that you're largely continuing the strategic plan that we had when we were in office. Some of the wording has changed a little bit. We see some things have been moved forwards in terms of how much they're described in the plan. But broadly speaking, this is a continuation of the work that we were doing. It would be interesting to see more of the ideas that you have, if you have them, as a controlling group. But there's very little here that we can oppose in reality because it's a continuation of what we were doing. So thank you for bringing it forwards. And I look forward to hearing other speakers on the debate, particularly Councillor Greatorex.
Yeah, please do.
Yeah, Gary brings up, I think it was very important. We had a prayer at the start of this, spoke about acceptance and forgiveness. And in our prayer, spoke about it in our last council meeting, the exact same points. It runs throughout, not just British culture, the world's culture. And the person you mentioned has apologised. But it does seem that those opposites will never allow those things to lie just for political gain. But I wonder if you'll hold the same level to your own councillors. I mean, it's rich. It really is. Because I now have a social media account post from July 2024, which one of your posters reposted from a hard-right ethno-nationalist ex-account whose bio reads, English for the English. Perhaps they want to take a closer look at their own social media activity and their own councillors. And I will not excuse, reposted.
Yep. Point of order, please.
Compose your own.
We're trying to discuss.
It is direct reply to Councillor White's remarks to me. Direct reply. We have reposting from extreme groups by your own councillors. I'll give you this straight after to decide. I will forgive those because it's hard. at times to realise within that. But do not allow people not to move on. Do not allow the moment of history to deter from the facts of future. We move on in our society. We accept apology, forgiveness, and we are proved by what we do today, not for the sins of our past. It does seem, just for political gain, they will never let that lie. And it shows exactly why, throughout many years, they've been known by one name. That's the Nasty Party. And you see exactly why, with remarks like that still to this day.
Councillor Greatrix.
There's a couple of things I wanted to mention. The first one was the whole aspect of the name, the Beating Heart. It's a freak of geography that Staffordshire is in the middle of the Midlands. That's why it's in the heart of the country. So there's nothing particularly clever about the Beating Heart. What was clever was the uniting, the not unites, which actually said something a bit more about people working together and organisations being coherent. And that brings me to my second point. Councillor Murray's opening statement was contradictory because he said, we don't want to do anything that might be injurious or dangerous or whatever words he might have used. But then again, we should be open to challenge. We should be able to ask questions. And that's exactly what we're doing here. There are people on this council who have had problems with their social media. I won't go into details because I'm not going to specify. Turns out that the people involved aren't in the room at the moment anyway. However, there is a problem here that members of the public perceive the county to be the way it is. And there are people that think there is a problem with Staffordshire County Council. Whether members like it or not, I've spoken to people, person in a professional capacity working in social services, said, I fear living in this area, mainly because of reform and its attitude. She happens to be a black woman, and black women feel that they are on two minorities. Now, members need to think about that when they're adopting a document such as this. And I'm reading from page 13 about communities helping each other, trusting, working with neighbours, making local decisions. That doesn't work if you've also got the attitude that some people have had and expressed in social media. And this is a bit of a challenge here, because I'm saying this to the whole council. We have an option to adopt this particular document. I'm going to vote against it. And the reason for it is I don't think it represents Staffordshire at the moment. I think Staffordshire has a problem, and the problem is reform. The attitude that has been expressed by these councillors cannot go into a document unsupported in this way. We have to be able to say, this is our document, this represents us. It's not cut and paste from every other council. It has to be specific. And there are problems that have ensued. And I say to the people who are not involved in the Cabinet, not involved with some of the issues that we've discussed, if you're going to sit there in silence, that's not going to work. Because if you've got racist and misogynist and whatever else in your party, and you're sitting there and you're going to vote through a document like this, then what you are is racist supporters, racist sympathisers. You have the opportunity to call. You have the opportunity to call out what you think is wrong. And as far as I'm aware, you've remained silent. It's obviously
point of order, Councillor Greatrix, point of order, please.
No, I will not. He just called us all racist. I will not accept to be labelled a racist. No!
Councillor Greatrix.
As I say, it's for members to decide whether they're comfortable with this document and whether it represents. Councillor Murray has had 3 stand-ups now.
Councillor Greatrix, please sit down for a moment, please. Councillor Greatrix, would you like to clarify what you've said, or would you like to apologise?
That the members present have the option to see whether this document represents their views. I think that members remaining silent is not an option.
Please be quiet on the benches, please.
The document that we're presenting here has to be adopted by the whole council, and you need to be comfortable that what it says represents Staffordshire. Now, if there are things that are not being said that you actually believe, then now's the time to say it.
Councillor Greatrex, please sit down. You're not answering the question. I'm going to move on. Councillor Murray.
You've just seen why now. They're known as Nasty Party. His words just labelled every single one of us as racist, and I will never, ever accept that libellous. And that is hate-mongering comment by you. I am going to insist on an apology from that comment. It is disgraceful, it is hateful, and as I mentioned earlier, this is dangerous. For when the next person gets injured in the street, as I mentioned earlier, it is comments like that to why it has happened. And it may be one of your own. It may be any politician from any party that stirs this type of hatred, and it must stop now. Disgraceful. But I'm going to come back to his original point, the beating heart. See why that came around? It was in my campaign to say Staffordshire divided. We had the hugest majority per councillor. In fact, our one councillor, Councillor Hunt, got the second highest majority in this country in those council elections. Right? We had a huge majority, a huge public mandate given by the people of Staffordshire. So do not discredit the democracy and the mandate given by the people of Staffordshire to say we do not have the voice and the understanding of the people of Staffordshire. That is what democracy is for, and that is what is done. And for the beating heart, this county was known as the heart of the country. For quite some years, for decades, it was used in advertising, attachments to the likes of Alton Towers, for Midlands Day, Central News, all used heart of the country. And I stand on the point that Staffordshire was once known as the heart of the country, but it lost its beat. Get the point, nightclubs beat. And I said then, that's what I stood on, that I will make Staffordshire the beating heart of the country. You again missed the point. No wonder we became forgotten. This county has been forgotten. We will bring its heartbeat back and make this county known, not just nationally, globally. That will bring investment. That will improve our areas. That will give boost to our communities of every culture, society, because they belong in Staffordshire. So don't you dare ever attract that type of bile to a whole group for your own political purpose.
Did you wish to respond, Councillor Greatrex?
I think there's been 4 interjections from Councillor Murray. I won't make a second.
Thank you. Councillor Pert.
Thank you, Chairman. I just want to attribute my comments around the themes of connectivity, communities and economy, which are themes that run through this document. And really pick up those 3 themes and look at how you change life chances. And it would be foolish of me to forget that this week is National Apprenticeship Week. And I happened before Christmas to be at the opening of the new Institute of Technology for Staffordshire and Stoke-on-Trent at Palmbourne in Stafford. And that fills the gap between further education and higher education. And I'm also aware there'll be an adult skills centre that is opening in Stafford, much like the one that opened a couple of years ago in Newcastle. And I think the aspiration of education is one of the few things that changes people's life chances and outcomes. And whilst it's in here, I think there is probably more of a strand that could be pulled out from that, and particularly linking in the apprenticeships, particularly as the County Council is a large apprentice provider. I would encourage just greater work in terms of looking at that theme. The other two areas I just wanted to pick up on is rural communities. I get the sense if we're not careful, you focus funding and improvement in facilities in the big centres, you know, the town centres and the city centres. And the danger there, and you know, it's a very good example to use Stafford, the county town as an example, has had £40 million over the last 5 or 6 years. You know, what has been spent in our rural communities, particularly if we're asking them to take housing growth with massive numbers of new houses. And I would encourage everyone who's involved, not just the county council, but everyone who's involved, health services and others in the public sector, to make sure we don't leave our rural communities behind. Because the real danger here is we keep putting more and more into the centre and the rurals get left further and further behind. And that is a point I've made on the bus review. Because if we only put funding to where it's the maximum bums on seats, then logically all of the investment will go into the towns because that's where more people are. And then the rural areas get further and further behind. And I would encourage people, you know, to, when they look at policy and strategy, to think rural first, because otherwise, much like the Labour government did with farmers, we'll just be consigned to being second-class citizens.
Councillor Wilson. Yep, sorry, yep. If you wish, yep, Councillor Murray.
Thank you. I'd like to thank you for a sensible and important question. Yes, on the connectivity, the transport, we are doing bus reviews as we speak to make sure all areas are connected. The system that has existed ties the hands a little bit of the private bus companies to where they can go. If they do not carry the service, they get fined, they get penalties. And we end up losing very vital, important routes. As for our rural economies, well, I think my stance on the rural economies and farms has been greatly lamented in many publications, nationally and internationally for that matter. Yeah, our rural economy, it is so important and often forgotten. Staffordshire is a combined economy. We were proudly known as a rural county traditionally, one of the largest dairy productions in the country. We have great farming, great rural communities. And I'll go to the Bock of Clarkson, Jeremy that is. If you lose your shops, you then lose your pub. What is a village if not just a collection of houses? Our library strategy will help this. It's coming on forwards, and it will really help those areas to being a community. It is so important. Our economic structure is looking specifically, I have specifically instructed to look at our rural areas. That supply chain that feeds all rural communities, from farming down to the industry that sits in there. So yes, it is important. Skills, an excellent point with apprenticeships. We have just launched our Get Britain Working, Connect to Work programme. Huge investment, really pushing to get our apprenticeships throughout our whole county. Great many stakeholders already engaged. And our colleges, Institute of Technology in Stafford, I've been there quite a few times, I was there the same day. It is a fantastic centre of excellence. And we do not shout these out large enough. It is full, and you can see that in Stafford High Street. Every afternoon, it's full with students, and just look at their faces. My goodness, are they vibrant and excited in life to what's coming ahead. And we need to focus more on that. Our colleges are full beyond capacity. Some are running at 120% capacity. Have a structure in place, looking for funding, central government, to expand all of our colleges across the county. And that brings up those skills. It allows for those apprenticeships, and it also allows that inward investment for larger companies to come, because they will not come to an area unless they know the workforce is there that is suited for them. And guess what? Our colleges are more than willing to set up those courses that fit those jobs. Great points. We're on this. We're going to sell the sizzle for this. Yeah, and it comes back to why Staffordshire becomes that beating heart. And it is these facts that you brought up which are the important pieces of that. Thank you.
Councillor Wilson.
Good morning, Chairman. Good morning, members. Before I talk about the strategic direction, I just wanted to address some of the comments made by the acting leader with regards to how we conduct ourselves in this place, what we do on social media. I've counted, earlier on there were 5 security guards in this room. That has never happened before in this county council, to my knowledge. We've had security here once or twice in the past, maybe 1 or 2. Nothing like this. When we were the controlling group, the Conservatives, we had respect for our opposition. We never had any reason to have security in this room as a result of having opposition and having differing views. This has only been the case since Reform UK has taken over the county council. So my advice to the leader, the acting leader, is to ask his members to get them to be a little bit more polite on social media, because we've never been like that in this place. It's only happened since May last year. So I'd like that to be recorded if possible. Now, in relation to the strategic direction itself, which I have here, I read it through and I was very impressed with it, actually. And then I read the strategic direction that the Conservatives published in 2022 and realised that it's the same document. Some of the words have been moved around a bit. It's been rehashed somewhat. But it's the same principle, it's the same project. So you come here saying that you're reform and you're going to bring reforms to this county. You're not. You should call yourselves Revert, because you've reverted to what we put forward as the County Council Conservative Group in 2022. And the other thing about that is that you say that you're going to do X, Y, and Z, but you're not saying how you're going to do it. So it's all very well saying what you're going to do. We want to know how you're going to do it. And the final point, Mr. Chairman, is can I just make a slight point of order here in the fact that once you've spoken on an agenda item, you can't keep getting up and speaking about it again. And I don't know if Councillor Murray's aware of the procedures yet, because he's obviously, still very new to this. But you can't just keep getting up and speaking after every speaker. I'm sorry, but if you check your rules, you'll see that that's true. Thank you.
Sorry, Councillor Murray. The only reason why I did that, Victoria, was because the points made were quite substantive, and it would have okay. Councillor Hunt.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to make a clarification of something. So we've had two councillors.
Councillor Hunt, are you going to talk about the strategic direction, please?
It's about strategic direction. I want to ask, if this strategic direction is repeating the previous administration, then is there a break within the opposition at the moment? Because Councillor Greatrex calls it racist, but everybody's saying it's fantastic and good. So my concern is that it seems like there's a break. I'm unsure of actually what the kind of the opposition is trying to say to us, that's all. There's one saying that this is a terrible piece of work, and the other councillor saying, actually, this work that we're doing is great and we need to continue it. So it's a bit strange, really. That's all.
Councillor Broome.
This goes to the member who insinuated that we were all racist based on hearsay.
Councillor Broome, are you going to talk about the strategic review plan? Sorry.
We've already had one apology today. I'm wondering when he's going to take his time to
Please, if you thank you. Have you got a particular point of order, or we wait till the end? No, if it's... No, well, yeah, we'll do that at the end then. Thank you. Councillor Farrell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, everybody. I'd like to be very positive about this document, and I'd like to thank Councillor Murray for presenting it at the Scrutiny Committee, like you mentioned a couple of weeks ago. We gave him some constructive feedback, I think, and the whole committee voted it through. I think it's a good document. It's a document that I think most of us can agree with, the positives. It's just unfortunate that LGR is looming around the corner and we might not have many more years left as a county council to deliver this stuff, but if we can deliver just some of it, I'll be very pleased. I want to highlight the page that I think we can all agree with most, which is creating an environment for growth. Today, the growth figures have come out, and a measly 0.1% nationally growth has risen. I think Reform UK and the Conservatives can agree that the Labour government are doing nothing for growth. And I hope here in Staffordshire we can keep investing and promoting our businesses. We've heard earlier about the boat. Big congratulations to Liam and the team for bringing that Michelin star home. And where I represent in Lichfield, Rural South, we have the Lichfield South Business Park, which is expanding a rate of knots. So yeah, I think it's a good, ambitious document. It's really good that we are ambitious as a council, and I think we should continue to share that ambition and promote Staffordshire. So congratulations.
Councillor Chapman.
Oh, did he press the wrong button?
Oh, I beg your pardon. Oh. Thank you.
Okay.
May I speak?
You want to speak?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, please.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Sorry, apologies for pressing the wrong button. From Monday, my portfolio, shadow portfolio, slightly changed, so I'm the Shadow for Communities and Rural Affairs. So unfortunately, the council are going to hear quite a lot from me, Mr. Chairman. I hope I can be forgiven, and I'll say it once, and after that I won't. I do want to just touch on what Councillor Pert has just said. We hear an awful lot about the rural economy, rural connectivity, but words don't mean much if they're not actually in our strategic direction. Just to highlight one point about the bus survey, can you imagine how many people in the rural community there are to complete a rural survey to get buses? The people aren't there. So if we're not careful, it's a straight lose-lose. So I think we have to be really mindful, especially Councillor Miners, if you would please take that on board, that population density in the rural area, it's the same for a number of these things. The libraries, the mobile libraries and the community-led libraries are invaluable, but when it comes to surveys, the numbers aren't going to add up. So, Mr. Chairman, I think it's really important that we take this on board, and obviously this affects my division, Needwood Forest Division, and obviously New Orleans, so it is a big deal. So we need more than just words, we need it in the documents, please. Thank you very much for listening.
Councillor Murray.
Thank you. Number of points. Security's increased by everything I started and mentioned at the beginning. Own it. You caused that. And you did. The example they keep trying to say that this is theirs. I mean, my good friend Alex made a great point. Their one member says it's a racist document. The other two have said how brilliant it is. I mean, which is it? Make your mind up. But again, they say we're copying theirs. Well, OK, then, own the roads. If we copied yours, they are a disaster of decades' worth of lack of funding, poor maintenance, poor structural basis, poor contracts. A total failure that we are now having and will be fixing because of the information coming forward later in this meeting to our MTFS. Good point about LGR. I think we are in a lot of agreement on most of what's been imposed upon us. But everything we've put forward here has been a very clear directive from every single one of us. Myself, very much leading on it. These are future-proofed changes that carry on through, regardless of whatever shape and form our county ends up that will be imposed by the Labour Party in Westminster. not by locals. But these are future-proofed ideas that carry on forward, that carry on delivering for the people of Staffordshire. Rural economy, it really is great. Nobody can deny my love of it. But again, it's a little bit rich coming from the Conservatives there, since they sold off so many of our county farms and they still had many more in their previous MTF budget that were going to be turned into BESS and solar farms. They really didn't care about it that much. They caused its demise over 14 years of Tory rule and 14 years of Conservative council in here. Did not help the rural economies at all. I'll step down and see if there's any more questions on this, otherwise we can move on forwards.
Thank you. Okay, thank you.
So it's just regarding, if I heard the acting leader correctly, he claimed that there were plans to sell off county farms for solar farms. I don't believe there's any evidence that that's the case. So I'm expecting that what you're going to stand up with now is a plan where a county farm was going to be sold for solar. Okay, if you're going to do that, I'll be very interested to see it, but we just need to make sure we're dealing in facts here.
Councillor Murray.
Yeah, thank you. It is regards to an answer, but I'll give you a little snippet of it now. In the previous MTFS, their previous MTFS, it was relying on 548 acres of farmland to be rented out and changed into solar sites to chase an extra £548,000 a year. We removed that. It is mentioned within our MTFS as a reduction of future earnings. Evidence is in their own MTFS of what they were doing with our farms.
Have you got a point of order, Councillor? Yeah.
So it's just to be clear, that is not the sale of a county farm, is it? That is use of county farms land within the county farms estate. So we just need to be clear about what we're talking about. We have an answer to question 4 on the agenda later, which says that there were no farms actively for sale in May 2025. We can come to it later if we like, but we just need to make sure that we're talking about the same thing, don't we? Thank you very much for indulging.
Thank you. Right. It has been moved and seconded that the recommendations contained in the report be approved. Is that agreed? Thank you. And a reminder, please. All members are bound to comply with the Code of Conduct in this meeting. Reference to 16.1 of the Standing Orders. In particular, councillors are reminded of Section 4.1 of the Code, which states, I treat other elected members and members of the public with respect. Thank you. Moving on to item 6, Medium-Term Financial Strategy, 2026 to 31 and 2026 to 27, Budget and Council Tax. At the end of the debate, in accordance with the statutory regulations, I propose to take a name vote on the recommendations before the Council. Members are reminded that under Section 106 of the Local Government Finance Act 1992, if they are 2 months or more in arrears with their council tax, it is an offence for them to vote on the budget. Members are also required to disclose at the meeting the fact that this section applies to them. Councillor Murray, will you move the consideration of the report, please? Is there a seconder?
I second that, Mr. Chairman.
And do you wish to reserve the right to speak?
Not at this moment, thank you.
Councillor Murray.
Thank you. A few pages here, so please do forgive its length. Because today is a very important day. Not only have we now launched our strategic plan, I also have the privilege to present to full council our refreshed, updated and enhanced medium-term financial strategy, something I and our Cabinet are extremely proud to bring you today. This strategy sets out the foundation for everything we want to achieve for Staffordshire in 2026 and beyond. And I know Councillor Large would have loved to be able to be present here today to represent the months of hard work he and our officers, members, in reaching this decision. Now, I know our thoughts and prayers are with Chris today, and I think that comes from all of us right now. I want to put on record as well a personal thanks and appreciation to our 151 officer, Pete, and his whole team of officers across the council, in fact, who have supported our policies and our direction to reach this position. We have huge ambitions for this council and indeed our county. And in 2026 is going to be pivotal in so many ways in delivering these foundational changes for a stronger Staffordshire. With local government reorganisation now firmly on the horizon, we are determined to stay focused on delivering for the residents and businesses of Staffordshire. It is crucial that we are in a good financial shape to deliver this. The report you have before you now demonstrates that through robust financial management and planning, we are in a strong position to do exactly that. I am proud, and so should you be, that we are delivering a balanced budget for the next year, a huge achievement given the financial challenges and positions of many local authorities, including some of our neighbouring authorities. What is truly remarkable is that we are doing so while announcing that Staffordshire's tax rise will be lower than the maximum rate increased, lower than expected by this government. In fact, dare I say, lower than by those sat opposite. Our increase is lower than many other councils and lower than any increase in the last 3 years in Staffordshire County Council. Not only are we proposing a lower rise in council tax, we are protecting all front-line services. In fact, we will be investing more money into those services, investing in key priority areas such as children's services, highways, our countryside, protecting our beautiful county, residents and businesses. That reside here, just as we promised. But now I'll provide some of the details on the proposed budget, and please note that all the details are in the reports in front of you. We are delivering a balanced budget for 26-27, meeting our statutory requirements and continuing to live within our means. We are investing an additional 15 million in our highways, reflecting our capital programme. We are not just investing without thought. We have identified efficiencies across that services that will pay for this investment. The investment is aligned to a new delivery model across highways, ensuring that every pound we invest has the greatest impact on the roads networks. Not just reactively filling potholes has been done in the past. This has now allowed us to fix 100% of high-risk defects on time. We are investing 3 million, rising to 5.5 in children's and families, providing just shy of 120 additional frontline staff. It's because of this investment, it's because of our actions, that the Ofsted report not only improved for Staffordshire, but it actually praised the new administration as one of the reasons behind the improvement. It's a huge accolade. We have, of course, faced pressures from additional demands on our services to care for the most vulnerable residents of Staffordshire, and the cost of the care continues to increase. The fairer funding review has been implemented, and it's provided only cash flat funding for Staffordshire. This effectively is a real terms cut, something we will be lobbying government about to ensure we get Staffordshire's residents a fairer settlement. Like many other local authorities, SEND services continue to face mounting pressures, which have not been addressed by this government, nor the last government, or the previous administration, Staffordshire for that matter. However, in the face of these pressures, we have managed to keep the council tax increase to just 3.9, which is less than the government's advised tax increase. In fact, let me point out, 2% of that increase is the statutory precept, solely to support the enormous pressures across health care across health and care. So in truth, only 1.99% of the increase to support the hundreds of other services we provide. That's highways, schools, libraries, supporting businesses, protecting and investing in our most vulnerable and protected areas like Cannock Chase. The total financial pressures facing us in 26-27 amount to £50 million. Now, we have worked tirelessly to ensure, and actually, let's rephrase that. Councillor Large, our 115 officer, and his team have worked tirelessly, I mean line by line. We have worked tirelessly to ensure that the financial pressures did not all fall to you, the council taxpayers of this county. The additional funding generated from council tax is just 24 million, with the remaining 26 million coming from efficiencies and savings we have set before you today. This means we can keep the increase to your council tax to the absolute minimum. But let me not dismiss the challenges for funding in the future. We know we have pressures and financial gaps in future financial years. They were there in the previous MTFS as well. They affect all areas, all authorities. It's not just unique to here. Those pressures exist and they are mounting. However, we as administration will continue to work with the officers to ensure we are delivering as effectively as possible in every area of the authority, making sure every penny of your tax money is spent more wisely, more efficiently and more effectively. In just 8 months, we have achieved a lot. We have proved that Reform UK is more than competent to run a county council efficiently. In just 8 months, we have proved our ability to provide all the services the people of Staffordshire rightly deserve. In just 8 months, we have ensured an extra 4.9 million will stay in residents' pockets this year. In just those 8 months, we have delivered for the people of Staffordshire looking ahead, and our pledge is simple: to keep Staffordshire financially strong, to invest in services that matter to you and improve lives, to secure the powers and resources that give Staffordshire its rightful place at the heart of this country. This is just the start. And with better financial management, along with investing where it matters most to you, the people of Staffordshire, together we will make Staffordshire the beating heart of the country. I recommend the Council approve all the recommendations set out before you in this report. Thank you.
Councillor Pert.
Chairman. Mr. Chairman, let me begin by thanking our officers. They have once again produced a careful, disciplined and professional budget. If you want, a very conservative-looking budget. A budget that continues the direction of travel of the last 15 years, and that is to be welcomed. While others elsewhere are losing control of their finances and focus, this authority continues a 15-year tradition of prudence, of living within our means, with no showy or flashy gimmickry. Resources are directed where they're needed, particularly to the most vulnerable residents in Staffordshire, and we should show our thanks to those people who've produced that as a labour of love, despite what the government throws at them. So well done to Pete, Rachel and Catherine. Now, if I may turn my comments to the budget. When I look at a budget, I always ask 3 questions. Firstly, is it fiscally sound? This budget technically passes the test. There is a statutory requirement for local authority budgets to be balanced for that year. So it achieves that standard, but only just. We've moved from having a 3-year balanced budget to only balancing in 1 year only, unlike the forecast position which was made in last year's budget, which was still to present a 3-year balanced budget. So let me be clear. The position with only 1 year balance on the budget is not a strengthening of our finances, it is a narrowing of the margin for error. The uncomfortable truth is that unless there is fundamental changes in government funding, the pain has not gone away. It has simply been pushed further down the road. And the graph on the top of page 68 makes the point really clearly. A projected £25 million gap by year 3, rising to 49 in year 4 and 59 in year 5. This is not a minor fluctuation. This is a warning light flashing very brightly. This gap can only be filled by more council tax, more government funding, or very real savings in service delivery. So whilst we're on that last point, this budget does not contain transformational savings. It does not contain major service redesign. It does not radically reallocate resources from one area of the council's activity to another. It also relies instead on borrowing for the investment, particularly in highways, and on the future years absorbing the strain going forwards. So the mantra of reducing waste is not reflected in residents' council tax bills. There was minimal waste to cut in the first place. So the second question I ask myself is, does this budget make the right choices? In reality, this budget largely continues the direction set over the past 15 years. There's no dramatic changes of strategy or direction, no wholesale restructuring, no discovery of the massive savings that were confidently promised during last May's election campaign. And because those savings have not materialised, the administration has had to do one thing it assured residents it would not do: raise council tax by a full 4%. Not freeze it, not reduce it, raise it by 4%. There are other authorities across the country who have managed with lower increases, including one in Staffordshire, and also freezes. But here in Staffordshire, the bills landing on residents' doormats will be 4% higher. However it's presented, however it's phrased, a higher bill is an increase. It cannot be spun into anything else. And nor can you go back and rewrite history and say this was not promised. I'm pretty sure if you went back to the electorate, they would be really clear on what was being asked. So if we turn to the third question, does the budget actually, what does the actual budget change for residents? The answer is very little. There is little wholesale change in strategy, no new bold directions. 7 months of internal reviews have not delivered the transformational savings promised during the election campaign. Much in this budget is sensible practice, and that continuity should be acknowledged and welcomed. But the part that cannot be ignored is the promise made in May that has been broken. People often say that words are cheap. This budget demonstrates why that perception exists. The County Council is an £850 million organisation. It cannot be run casually. It cannot be run on slogans and harumphing. Words mean something, particularly when they're used to win the trust of voters. So in summary, one line please. So in summary, what we have today is bigger bills today, no transformation today or tomorrow, and a growing financial hole in the years to come.
Thank you. Councillor Kelly.
Thank you, Chair. During the previous administration's time, the criteria for social care services was too high. This led to many families not receiving the care they needed and deserved. Now that the criteria for these services are where they should have been all along, are we using the increase of £5.5 million to ensure that these forgotten children and families get the help they were denied and needed? Thank you.
Councillor Wallins.
Everyone, I've always been interested in history in various subjects, and I'd love to know and I'd love to research the history of previous council tax budgets and MTFS by the previous administration. So that's what I did right here, and I got up to 10 years worth. So from 2015 to 16, they rose it by 1.95%. 2016-17, 9.35%. 2017-2018, roughly around the election time, 4.95, and the most interesting one at all, 2018 to 2019, 5.95%, which was a nearly 6% increase. So from the year 2015 to 2020, council tax rose by 200 quid. And then anywhere from the 2020 to 2025, it ranged from 2.99 to 4.99%, which is an extra 300 quid in council tax raise, which means from the year 2015 to 2025, the council tax rose by roughly £600. So, Councillor Murray, would you agree on page 768 of this dictionary, the word reckless is the perfect way to describe how the Tories ran Staffordshire County Council prior to reform taking control? Thank you.
Councillor Hunt.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to also thank all the officers who are involved with children and families, and especially Bernie Brown. When I believe, from what we've been able to see, in terms of the integrated front door for children and families, which has been discussed in other meetings, was in a terrible state. And I think it's been very difficult for many of the officers and many of the teams in district with all the cuts to several services in the past, which I won't go into because there's no need around this. But I just wanted to really thank Bernie for everything she's done and working with us so we actually can get a balanced budget, and also for the restructure, as we are restructuring many of the services with the council, especially SEND services, how they were changed and restructured in the 2021 consultation to 2022, which basically destroyed the services, but that's my opinion. And really put the front lines of SEND workers in bad mental health, high amounts of pressure, and a high SEND backlog, which there's increased ever since. So there has been restructuring. Reform has been doing their best to support children and families of Staffordshire, and this budget achieves that with the 5.5%, as Councillor Kelly has said, 5.5%, 5.5 million, sorry, apologies, Chair, in what we've put into children and families, so we've been able to improve that integrated front door and finally actually hire more frontline staff for services for SEND children. So thank you very much, Chair.
Councillor Murray, would you like to answer the question so far before we move on?
I'm not even sure how to start the first. It's just the normal blah, 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 blah Tory reply, isn't it, again? It really is getting old and tired. Highways, let's just work out. They claim they did more potholes. They added millions just to fill bodge job repair of potholes that was done through poor road structure in the first place. What was it, 18 million, I think? Added extra, No, this is a £15 million structural change in how things are done. It washes its own face. The savings instantly from doing this programme pay for the loan, it does. The long-term savings, by doing it properly, correctly, not reactively with a bodge job, fill and forget attitude, will have longer term savings and keep our roads stronger, more reliable, with less roadworks going forwards. The work already on that, and let's not forget what happened in Stafford as soon as we came into office. They were so lax on what was happening. They allowed multiple road works to continue to happen at the same time, forgetting to look at the service operators doing roadworks as well at the same time. Stafford was gridlocked. You could not enter or leave for months because of the programme they set. We had to even prevent some of this work from happening. Otherwise, Stafford would have become a cul-de-sac. It really is poor management. Talk about the graphs going forwards on the actualised debt. I think we need to actually look at that, because if you'll notice on those figures that were there beforehand.
Point of order, yeah.
It's not debt that he's talking about, it's a deficit. The two are fundamentally different.
Oh, thank you. Yeah. Deficit. Thank you for the correction. It is. So thank you. So that deficit going forwards, that was there in their previous MTFS and in the year before. It's always been there. On our MTFS today, so on our workings out, remember that, this is the team with our 151 officers, their whole team. It is only 1 million difference going forwards, those next few years. When you account for inflation alone, the future value of money, that fact that a pound today is worth more than a pound tomorrow, that is a real term reduction in that deficit. So do not claim that this is not a budget of efficiency. And I'll repeat again, we have only just begun with that. And they say about the council tax increase, we could have come in flat at the precept 2% and still been an effective, balanced budget. But no, 1% is worth about £4.95 million, okay? We have invested 15 million into our roads going forward. We have invested 5.5 million into our children's services. We have invested into our rural, into our, every single one of our services, into our libraries, and a whole new programme. We could have cut that budget and left services at the same level as the previous administration had. No, we knew they needed improvement, so we added the money in, and that's where that extra increase came from and what it paid for. We did think, everybody in Staffordshire would absolutely believe a percent on their council tax to look after the most vulnerable children in our society is important and a worthy tax to pay. And that's what this paid for. It improves the services. Do not take my word for this. Ofsted stated that fact in their report on that. And I say, there's 26 million coming, and we've owned 26 million in savings already realised within this report. And the efficiencies have only just begun. There will be more coming forwards as we do more deep dives into how this council, how systems they put in place over the last 14 years have just been left to stagnate and forget. It will come, it will be improved. And a lot of that's down to, so forget, the state we're in, that debt. It's down to Tory cuts. Remember that. That Senate deficit that faces all councils, all authorities. The child, adult care programme that is putting, I think the LGA said 80% of authorities face insolvency within the next 2 years, a report this week. CCN have been stating that next year 17 authorities will be insolvent because of this debt. That was a Tory policy that they put through in the last 14 years. They caused this. We are now having to solve it and fix it, and that is what we have done for Staffordshire. If only we could do the same for this whole country, and that will too come forwards. Matthew, great stats there. I mean, nearly 6% the 1 year they had to, you all had to pay in Staffordshire. Never forget that one. Reckless, that's a tad hard. Inept, it might be a little bit more accurate. This is a budget, an MTFS for the future. It is the beginning. Just think, in 8 months, they were claiming we would catastrophically fail and we would implode and we would cause catastrophic damage. No, we have found the efficiencies and we have found the methodology to deliver for the people of Staffordshire of where it is needed most. Thank you.
Councillor Jones.
Thank you, Chair. Can the Cabinet Member clarify and provide this Council with clear assurances that every element of the MTFS has undergone rigorous legal, financial and risk-based scrutiny, and that the proposal before us are both deliverable and lawful without exposing Staffordshire residents or Staffordshire County Council's reputation to unacceptable risk? Thank you.
Councillor Farrell.
And I'd like to start by thanking the officers for their hard work in putting this together. It's not an easy document, and I'd like to thank them for that. I'm feeling very positive today. I'm not sure why. I'm thinking back to my school days. I was quite a naughty child, you'd be surprised to hear, but I was quite academic, and I enjoyed exams. And I particularly enjoyed homework. And 9 months ago, Reform UK promised to mark our homework. So I'm really pleased with the results we've seen. Clearly, we're getting an A star because this is a Conservative budget. There are some changes, of course. They've removed some funding for grip bins and gully cleaning. And, of course, they've added their political assistant and no doubt reams of paper by the looks of it from today. But I'd like to add another word to Councillor Wallins' dictionary: plagiarism. That's what I feel like this budget is, and it's a compliment, of course. But here's the problem, Mr. Chairman, is I believe that the controlling group are treating the electorate as fools because they promised just 9 months ago to reduce your taxes. Those were the words you used: reduce your taxes and cut waste. So this is not about what the Conservatives did or would do. This is about a clear mandate for the electorate. They stood on a position of reducing taxes and getting rid of waste. So far we've had no waste found, and the taxes are going up by 3.99%. Let's not forget that Staffordshire County Council sets the highest rate of tax. Most of the tax burden on us doesn't come from district or borough councils or parish councils. It comes from this county council. So this is a significant amount more money for people to pay. And they promised not to. So it's not really about us or what happened before. It's more about them and the promises they're given. So I'd ask, you've marked our homework. You've clearly given us a good grade. What grade will the electorate give you for breaking your promises? Thank you.
Councillor Rose.
Thank you, Chair. Before the local elections in 2025, Reform UK Limited distributed literature promising to freeze or cut council tax. So can the Reform Group now admit they were either severely misguided or misleading residents when making these unfulfilled promises?
Councillor Edgeler.
Thank you very much, Chairman, and good morning, everyone. Whilst I agree more investment and work needs to be done, instead is needed, I take issue with Councillor Murray's comments saying we as a Conservative group did nothing to improve services. I can honestly say I've sat on children's services for many, many years in this council chamber and on committees, and I've seen the vast improvement that's been done over the years. And we've done a lot of good work taking over from a Labour administration which was diabolical. I've got to say, I've got to take issue with Councillor Murray saying he did nothing. He's done an awful lot of good work, but I've got to agree more needs to be done. And can I make a request to Councillor Murray? He talks about highways. Will you get a grip of these utility companies that keep putting traffic lights up everywhere with no information given to county councillors? You drive along the road and all of a sudden you see traffic lights. People are ringing up and saying, why have we got traffic lights here? As a county councillor, you should know. We don't. I admit that there are emergency works to be done, but sometimes these works are planned. Please get a grip of it, Councillor Murray. Thank you very much, Chairman.
One more. Councillor Tagg.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think we've already heard from this side about the broken promise, the promise to reduce tax, and also the broken promise to do Doge in this council, and that never actually made its way for Staffordshire before it was scrapped as a reform policy. I think also we saw in Birmingham, didn't we, Mr. Chairman, just a few days ago, the Farage bluster over trying to say, no, we didn't say we were going to cut your taxes. Well, you did. I think that's actually every Reform councillor in here stood on that platform, and there's been a massive failure to launch, hasn't there, on the council tax reduction and also on the savings. Look at the savings. I mean, the leader of the council trumpeted the savings of 2.67 million efficiencies. That's 0.36% of this county council's budget. I run a council in Newcastle where we've just set a budget last night with £1.5 million savings. Colleague in the front here sits on Lichfield Council where they'll set a budget soon with 1.5 million savings. So 3 million savings from two small district councils in a very small part of this county. I've actually found more efficiencies than this amazing Doge County Council that was elected last May. So let's put that into perspective. And I think it is a failure to launch, and I think members of Reform Group, when they vote today, should really be cognizant of what they put out, what went out in their name, in their divisions, because they should be held to account for that. But I've been approached since the budget proposals were first released and that the cuts that have been detailed, I've been approached by residents who have some concerns about those. So I wish to propose first of an amendment on behalf of my group. I believe there are others. So I'd like to propose an amendment, and Jeremy, I believe, is going to be my political assistant and put them out. Oh, Mike is going to be my political assistant.
All of them, or just the first one? It's just the first one.
Councillor Tagg, can you just hold for one moment? Can you sit down, and I'll get Councillor Murray to you want to respond to the yeah.
Yeah, quite a few there. First point, scrutiny. Again, unlike headlines-led and social media's-led and comments made, scrutiny was done on our MTFS. We had a working group that led it. In fact, the opposition actually sat on that working group. We had a final MTFS group, and after all the storms saying had scrutiny been done, if anybody didn't turn up, he sat there online to watch, it's his right to do so, and didn't ask a single question on it. After saying, where's the scrutiny on it? Scrutiny was more than done. It was led by it. So please, get it right. Several of you are making comparisons to borough and county council levels. The borough council is an extra precept. It's an extra tax on the people. Yes, it can and does in most areas add extra for that area. But do not conflate the two to be compared to at any level. Let's just figure out another precept. That's the police fire commissioner. Just set it up by the maximum level. Again, a Tory fire and police commissioner, Ben Adams. That's going to cost these households £15 each per month. Barely less than our council tax increase. Again at the max. So, no, you are not the ones for tax efficiency. Our efficiency has already, before this MTFS, actualised 2.5 million of reoccurring savings. It's not a one-off. It's not a one-off cut. That's reoccurring, already actualised and done. Going forward, our MTFS next year is going to deliver 22 million. That's what's in there now. And I think that's going to be quite a bit higher. So you're talking 1 million here, 22 million in savings in a year. Already recognised. As for send children schooling, sorry, but Ofsted did not agree with you on that one. Their reports into the previous first-time increase was down to when this administration came in. Ofsted recognised that fact. It was down to the new administration. I'll take Ofsted's report over yours. The roads and the utilities, a very good point. These utility companies. It's a point I mentioned earlier with Stafford Town Centre. Quite a bit of chaos when we came in the first few months. It was because, and it's part of our highway strategy, it's coming on through, they were allowing utility companies to set up traffic light system with just 24 hours notice. We instantly made it 7 days. We've stopped several of them. They were just turning up, putting up the lights, digging up the road, no notification, no transparency. or accountability for what they did. That has changed. The forward plan coming on our highways strategy will make that a longer period, so we do not get doubled up traffic light systems clogging up our highways, no pre-notification, just causing chaos because a company can just come in and do it. We've added that in so you are told, you are informed, and you have far longer notice. It will fit within a diary of events so we do not double up and cause traffic chaos all over again. It's a broken system that needs more clarification, more partnership working. It's coming, it will be done. Everybody will be happy for that. I think on all the points there, it's near enough covered, but keep claiming this is their policy. Which one is it? Is it the racist? Is it the good? Is it the indifferent? No. Ours is a fine savings. They never even dreamt to look at already, and that's just within a few months. Imagine what we'll do within this following year coming forwards. We have only just begun.
Councillor Tagg, would you like to continue?
Forgive me, I did have a point of clarification. Is that all right?
Okay, yep, okay.
Thanks very much. So it's a shame that I need to do it on this topic, particularly as Councillor Lakin and I have spoken at public meetings about the need for the Children's Service not to be a political football. But there was a statement of fact there about the Ofsted, the report of the monitoring inspection from Ofsted that took place a few months ago. My understanding is that that inspection report did compliment the new administration, and good for them for being supportive, but it did not state that the changes to address the concerns that Ofsted had previously raised about our Children's Service started in May 2025. Could the Director of Service or the Chief Executive just provide a very brief summary confirming that that work commenced in 2024? I think that is noted in the report as well. I don't really want a political football on this, but just confirming the facts briefly.
Could the Chief Executive answer the question, please?
Thank you. My apologies, obviously, for not being prepared for the question and therefore the answer. It's really straightforward. This council had a very poor inspection in terms of outcome in 2023, November. Therefore, we began a turnaround process for that. The review of Ofsted is very clear. It's there on their website for all to read. You can see exactly where they pay their compliments, where they're very clear about the improvements that have been made. You can read about individuals involved in that process and, of course, the whole organisation to bring that improvement around. The turnaround absolutely started at the time of the last inspection and will continue for many more years, because you'll also note within that Ofsted report that there is still much work to do. Thank you, Chair.
Sorry, Councillor Tagg. Now back to you.
Chairman, I think the obviously interim leader, Councillor Murray, got up and just gave his response to what I've considered would be a response to this amendment before we'd actually seen it. But I would just like to pull him back yet again on one of the things I said. And that is these savings, these DOGE savings, which were promised, and 0.36% of the budget he has a go at districts, said, oh, it's a different money, it's a different size council. But yeah, we've actually had the districts, all those district members that are here will know that we've had cuts from this government more than the county council have had this year when you look at the budgets which we actually administer. So I think 3 million from 2 districts and only 2.67 million from this county council. Derisory, broken promise, need I say any more? No. But my amendment which I'm putting forward is on 3 specific areas which residents have raised with me, and that is around the cuts to funding for grit bins, street signage, which is the county responsibility of street signage, and also the gully cleansing. And because rather bizarrely, the announcement of the cut of grit bins was announced on the day when we had the big snow episode on the 5th and the 6th, when people were finding it difficult to get out of their houses, into their cars and to drive around, particularly in the north of the county, where I have criticised and still haven't got an explanation from the portfolio holders, not here, relating to how that happened in the north and the failure to do adequate gritting in advance of that. But I think grit bins are really an important part of our winter fight, aren't they, against ice and snow, and our residents play a key part in it. And I questioned at the scrutiny meeting a couple of weeks ago about this when this was first announced, and the portfolio holder said that there hadn't been an assessment into this. So I raised the question, how can you make the saving without the assessment? Never got an answer, so that's why we think that this is not a sensible cut to be made, and we'd like to reverse it. So I said at the meeting, it's like putting the cart before the horse. I think at this meeting I'll say it's like putting the Huskies before the sleigh, isn't it? Because you cannot cut something without actually knowing the impact and the assessment on, so which is a key thing which residents carry out on our behalf, which is gritting of roads that we don't grit, not the main priority in secondary roads. So I think I would like to ask for members' support on obviously changing that and using, as it says here, the contingency budget. Also for street signage, and we're talking here about safety signage, aren't we? We're talking here about counting, we're not talking about street signs, which are, for addresses of roads, etc. They are district responsibility and are handled through that. But this is, again, a key thing which people want to see update new signage where required and when replaced when damaged. I don't want to see the budget cut to that, and I think we can reinstate that as set out in the amendment. And then gully cleansing. We're actually going through a very, very wet spell again, are we not? As we seem to do every year. Gully cleansing and managing of the gullies is really, really important. And I was at scrutiny yesterday, and the portfolio was talking about the progress which he hopes to make under the new roadmap for highways. And I think this will be helped a lot more if we can reinstate this funding. So 3 simple requests there in this amendment. And I think, as has been set out in the revenue part of the amendment there, where the money is going to be cut and where it can be reinstated from, I think these are sensible amendments which our residents will appreciate, and I think will also something which we can certainly, I think, agree within the budgets that have been put forward. So I move the amendment for debate.
Is there a seconder for that debate? For this amendment, sorry?
The amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. If you could all remain seated for a couple of minutes while you review the amendment, please. Sorry, Councillor, do you reserve the right to speak? Thank you. Okay, Council. We've wiped all the names off the screen. So if you wish to put questions on the non-motion, please press your buzzer or your light, please. Councillor Holland, did you want to? No. Councillor Burt?
I think this amendment is not going to cost a huge amount of money to this council, but I spoke earlier about rural communities, and one thing that it was really clear just after Christmas was that there were a number of rural communities that were cut off because of the lack of grit and grit bins. So to go round and cut the funding into that area would be an insult to many of those communities that were cut off. I have schools who are not on primary or secondary gritting routes who absolutely need grit, and they have no provision for grit piles or grit bins. Again, I think they would feel that this was a counterintuitive thing to do to cut grit bins. And in terms of gully cleansing, I had the pleasure, nearly as mind-bending as this meeting, of spending 2.5 hours with Highways yesterday discussing 15 places that have got roads still blocked from last week, still blocked, because there is no emergency plan to pump the water off the roads, because the road space needs to be booked. I mean, come on, guys. How stupid can you be? We've had to close the A519 this morning on an emergency closure, and the alternative route is 6 inches underwater. So, in terms of taking money out of key budgets, these are not them, and I'm absolutely in support of this amendment.
Councillor Wildman.
Very much, Chair. I just want to ask all of the Reform members, what are the things that have come into your inbox? Is it grit bins? I think the answer is yes. Is it gullies? Is it flooding? Yes, it is. Why, oh why, would you decide to cut gullies and grit bins at a time when residents clearly see that there is the need for that investment and support in those areas? What I'm asking you to all do is support our amendment today, support the residents that you represent, and back us. Thank you.
Councillor Murray, would you like to respond and close the debate, please?
Yeah. Politicisation again, trying to grab a headline, that's all this is. If I'll be allowed to finish within this, I mean, they're saying about the grit bins missing and not in areas. Sorry, own it. That you're the one that placed those grit bins. We've only been here 8 months. Our highways plan is only just coming into action. Own it. You didn't place those grit bins, not us. So, yeah, as for the cleaning of signs and that, well, this is done through community structure. This is using, and the same for the gullies, using local knowledge. Under the previous plan, you'd have bollard signs that are due to be replaced and repaired that would still be cleaned. Why on earth would you clean something that's about to be replaced because it's damaged? But it's in there, and they were doing it. That's where this savings comes on through. It's an efficiency of action, not a reduction of service. It is using local knowledge, local ability, not the passed down, single contract given, give it all to them, forget about it, it passes down. Before you know it, it's 3-4 times procured out. Each one's taking their 10-20%. Nobody knows what on earth is happening. No, we're bringing it all back in. We're taking back control, and that's where this efficiency comes. It's not a reduction of. Our grit bin levels, it's placed them, it's making sure they're filled at the right time. This was a severe amber weather warning. We don't have to get them. Let's never forget. I mean, my goodness, England, it has been a standard joke going back to the 1970s and before in every single sitcom about what happens when England gets 1 centimetre of snow. We had several inches come on down. So again, own it, they stirred it. I even did objections to MPs stating inaccuracies, factual inaccuracies on grip bins and levels, and stirring fear at times when people need support and structure from all during those periods. So no, this does not need amending at any level at all. This is part of our 15 million investment into the highways. It highlights the priorities. It highlights where it is required. This is structurally worked through at the highest of levels. It is an efficiency, not a cut. It makes everything work properly. They've never looked at it this way. It's why they do not understand it. They've never come out of the real world of in a ditch, digging a hole. We have. That's the difference. We know how these systems work. Pete Mason built railways, roads for the last 30 years. Project manager at the highest level. He knows how this stuff happens. Our support officers for the north and the south, they have experience within these lines. They are working with our highways teams and with the people who are delivering the work. This is a good plan. This is a good efficiency. It is minuscule amounts, I know, but it stops a silliness waste of sending some out to clear one gully that is empty, but forgets the other one that's full. All it took was local knowledge to tell you. To go and clean a sign, they're probably not even there, but the cost still comes back to us. Well, it's been flattened on the road, and yet there's a cost for it still. This is where the savings are. It's efficiency, it's management in time and effort. It is no more. Do not try and spin it into anything else. Yeah. And as for what do we get most of our inbox in, let me tell you now, apart from councillors, I've had very few from the grip bins issues. Very few indeed, apart from their own.
Thank you. Councillor Murray has concluded the debate. And we please take a vote on it. We've concluded. I've concluded. Oh, you just councillor. Sorry, I indicated that Councillor Murray was concluding, so thank you. Can we have a vote on the motion, please? All those in favour? Agreed. And those against? Aye. Thank you. Councillor Farrell, I believe you indicated you wanted to.
And I'd also like to propose an amendment, if I can. I think members will agree with me that one of the nicest things we do as a council in our giant, vast budget is give a little bit of money to local groups in our area who need some funding from the community fund. So I'm proposing a motion that we increase the member fund from £2,500 to £5,000 per member. The funding of this cost this proposal will take from the contingency budget. I believe Mike's going around with the actual motion now, so I'll let people take it in before I carry on, if that's okay, Mr. Chairman, and then unless you'd like me to present now, it's up to you.
Is there a seconder for the amendment?
Yes, I second the amendment and I reserve my right to speak. Thank you.
Thank you. Please, can you please be seated? Thank you. Councillor Farrell.
Mr Chairman, I'm glad my amendment can be accompanied with tea and biscuits. That's fabulous. As I was saying, I think it's really important that as a council we give back to communities. Just this year, residents in my area have benefited from this, from the local WI in Drayton Bassett, gardening clubs in Faisley, and clubs all over my division that really benefit from just a couple of £100 to go and help, whether it's a new doorway in Wall at their village hall, or just generally something that's going to benefit the community. So I think it's really important that we give back more as a council, and just raising the member fund from 2.5 thousand to 5,000 a year would only cost this council £155,000 every year for the 62 members, and there's no need to increase council tax or change the budget because this can come from the contingency budget. So I'm going to propose it. I think Councillor Wildman has seconded it, and I look forward to the debate. Thank you, Chairman.
I'll take questions now on the motion. Councillor Wildman, did you want to speak? No, sorry. Councillor Coles.
I'd like to actually answer this because I'm the final signatory for the Community Fund. I've actually already been working with officers, but the difference is we're obviously talking about council tax, putting taxes up for residents. That would mean that we'd have to do that to put that extra double. However, that's where we're different. We make efficiencies. We don't take it out of other budgets. So we've actually already put it in for next year based on efficiencies. So we had it in there. But there is also another point of order that I'll make later on about how that's been used, that community fund. Thank you.
Just a point of clarification, actually. Could I ask the officers to confirm? Because in the amendment I proposed, I'm not proposing a change in council tax or change to the budget. This will come from the contingency budget. Could I have officers or the chief exec to confirm that point?
Chief Executive.
Mr Chairman, it's very clear in the amendments, which everybody has, as to what the amendment is, which you've introduced. Councillors are free to rise and to have comments surrounding the amendment. You'll be, of course, given that opportunity then to conclude at the end before we go to the vote. But the amendment is set out, but that obviously doesn't stop any councillor wishing to stand and make a point within the debate.
Councillor Pert.
Thank you, Mr Chairman. Just in response, I'm really glad that Councillor Coles supports this amendment because I think it's really valuable. And the voluntary sector in Staffordshire is really strong and thriving, and anything we can do to continue that direction of travel has to be welcomed. In answer to the question, there's several ways of funding this. First of all, by reducing the contingency that's indicated in the accounts from £15 million. You'd talk about £155,000, so it's not reducing the contingency by any significant amount. I also make reference to the quarter 3 accounts, which I'm sure the Cabinet will be completely au fait with, where there is currently a year to date at the end of quarter 3 underspend of 3.1 million, and that will equally is likely to roll through to year end. So it's more than affordable, and we don't need to spend too much time on the numbers. We also have the Section 151 financial officers concurrence to any proposals that are discussed here today, because you'd expect that as a responsible set of councillors.
Thank you. Did you want to speak, Councillor Bentley? You're trying to...
Your administration reduced it from 10,000 to 2,500 a fair while ago, and our side is going to put it up in an appropriate manner. So I think we're all on the same wavelength. It's just how we do it, and we are planning to do it because you reduced it. So I just wanted just to say that it was reduced from 10,000 to 2,500. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Murray?
Thank you. It's a little bit funny. All the way through, they keep saying we're copying them. It's just another one of them. I hate to disappoint you, but we've already started work on this. We're already putting this up to that level, but we're doing one through efficiencies, not pulling out from the already contingency fund. You think you can spend money twice. It really isn't an efficient way of doing it. But also, we're going to tighten up how, who, and where this fund belongs. As others have said, it does great worth and brings great wealth to so many needed areas within all of Staffordshire. And it does need increasing. We're already proposing it. In next year's MTFS, that will be in there, and it will be fully costed and through. I mean, for years, they could have put this up. They've held it 2,500 and could have put it back up. No, they wait until now and put it on through this amendment. It's pitiful. Sorry, just pitiful to add it in now. We're already doing this. We're going to make sure the right people get it. We don't need this to tell us what is right.
Councillor White.
Where does it say they're doing it?
Oh, it's me. Unless you.
No.
I think you said.
Oh, thank you, Chair. I thought I'd missed my chance because Councillor Murray had spoken, but thank you for that. It's good that there's broad agreement around this. You're absolutely right. This was reduced some years ago when financial times were much tougher and we had to make some really difficult choices. We're fortunate that now we are in a position where we can put this back in. I think we're all agreed that it would be very welcome and very useful, particularly, I have to say, at a time where cost of living continues to be a challenge, and we know the sort of organisations we all support help people in our communities. So it would be very nice if we could do it this year, if there's a plan to do it next year anyway. We've been careful to get that financial concurrence from our 151 officer to demonstrate that this is affordable, so it can be done. If you choose not to do it until next year because we've proposed it, then that's entirely up to you. I will focus on the positive and celebrate the fact that you've said you're planning on doing it next year. It'd be awfully nice if we could let our community groups have the extra funding this year. But good news for next year at least.
Councillor Farrell, would you like to sum up?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. It is good news that they're planning it, and as we heard earlier from Councillor Bentley, this was brought up by Reform members many months ago, and I'm in agreement. I would have liked to have seen it gone up before. You know, our role here as the opposition is to oppose, but also to support when necessary, and nothing that this proposal says is actually an attack on you. I just want to say I really like the community fund, and I think we should increase it. I've got an inbox full of groups that have applied for me to my funding this year that couldn't receive it because I'd ran out of funding, and I tried to share it as well as I could across the different groups that applied. Some applied a bit too late, and it would be nice if we could go back to them next year to say, actually, we found some more funding for you. It's a very small amount of our budget on the whole grand scheme of things, doesn't affect the council tax, so I'd like to see it voted for. I doubt it will be, but I welcome it to come next year. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. We will now vote on the motion to amend. Those in favour? Those against? Aye. And those who abstain? No. Thank you very much. We'll now go back to the original debate. Councillor Holland, did you want to speak? No? Okay. We'll go to Councillor Pert.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to talk to an amendment and then circulate some papers to bring forward a motion to amend the revenue budget. Whilst we all have the same... whilst we all have the same view in this chamber in terms of the community fund, and we just disagree in terms of the timing of that, I'm sure we'll also have the same view in terms of the Highways Members Fund. When I first became a county councillor 8 years ago, you could do all sorts of things with the Highways Members Fund. And over the years, highways costs have just gone through the roof. And instead of being able to deliver maybe a speed change and maybe some double yellow lines in a year, or some other measures to alleviate things that are important to local residents, increasingly the Highways Member Fund goes nowhere. And so as a result, I'd like to propose an amendment to the revenue budget, and that instead the Highways Member Fund is increased from £7,000 to £10,000, and I've got some papers to circulate on that. And the proposal is to fund this in any of three ways, either through either through the underspend in this year's budget of £3.1 million, or through reducing contingencies from the £15 million that is there, or alternatively, we could allocate some of the capital that is within the £15 million Highways Fund, so that effectively there is no cost in any of that. Regardless of that, there is no need to increase council tax by taking these measures. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. And do we have a seconder?
Chairman, can I reserve the right to speak later, possibly after Mr. Murray, as Councillor Murray might have spoken?
Thank you. Again, we'll take a pause for a moment while we consider the motion to amend. Thank you. Okay, thank you. Councillor Pert, do you wish to say anything else?
I think I've probably said enough to that for the moment, but I reserve my right to speak at the end, please.
Councillor Greatrix.
No other speakers. I just want to give some context to the figures. As Councillor Pert has said, this is 0.186 million. Just in terms of the discussions that's taken place earlier, that's a very small amount. There's reference to saving 3 million in the budget on an £840 million revenue budget. Interesting, there's a 3.688 figure from reserves, and as has been mentioned, 15 million of contingency. So it's a very small amount of the budget. As Councillor Pert has said, there are options to not raise council tax, the three options that he gave. I will answer the question that Councillor Wileman said about what comes into the post bag. You regularly get people complaining about highways, and you regularly get people saying, what can you do about this, that and the other? The £7,000 doesn't go very far. You've got the option of perhaps a couple of signs, you've got some surveys, you might tidy a fence up, you might be able to cut back a bit of open ground. There's very little that's worthy, that people see as significant in that money. For instance, a traffic regulation order, you're lucky if it's as low as 2,500. Most of them tend to be about 4,000. I've only once been able to pay for a traffic regulation order in my budget. So that little bit of extra flexibility will make a lot of difference in a year. In any 1 year, you've got the opportunity to do something really worthwhile. At the moment, the 7,000 gets spent far too easily, doesn't get to the heart of the matter. I've actually got a question under, petition under the item on the agenda later, which is Walsall Road in Lichfield. And the traffic regulation order has been deemed to be too expensive for the council to pay, and it's beyond my budget for me to pay. So I'm raising it as a petition because I can't afford it within the allowance that's available currently. I think the value of £10,000 is so much better than 7.
Councillor Luca.
Good morning, everybody. Yeah, I'm a little confused here because they've spent virtually half the morning actually calling our budget out and saying it's not really going to work in the future. But now they want to spend money. So which one is it? Does our budget not actually work, or is it the fact that we do actually have financial savings, and you've seen that, so now you're trying to jump on the bandwagon to get some brownie points?
Councillor Tagg.
Thank you, Chair. I'm not sure I quite understand what the member was talking about there, but on this second amendment, third amendment, I'm looking to support this because as a member for many years, we know that the Divisional Highway Plan and the funding which we have, whether it be 7,000 or 10,000, comes in very useful for our community priorities. I'll just raise one point, and I wrote to the Chief Executive about this, and that's the urgent safety concerns outside Meadows Primary School in Madeley Heath. Which members may be aware that the Jill Whitmore, the crossing patrol lady there, has been involved in a couple of near misses, and there was also an accident pre-Christmas. So Councillor Williams, who's the local member, is prioritising it within a DHP for an investigation into the, and that's the right thing to do, and I really commend her for doing that. But of course, if Councillor Williams or any member had already had their DHP meeting on that, their 7,000 may have been allotted already, and then there wouldn't be space within the DHP for another important scheme to come forward, such as looking at this really important safety around a school. So I think an increase to 10,000, putting it back to where it used to be, will give, as has already been said by my colleague next to me, extra flexibility. And I think as it's within the budget to do that, as you can see with the revenue impact at the bottom there. And it's a thing which we can have an impact as local members even more, and also react to those community concerns that come up on road safety, like Councillor Williams wants to do in Newcastle Rural, and I really commend her for that.
Councillor Wallins.
Councillor Murray, wouldn't you agree that the Tories are looking for an increase in DHP funds so they can use taxpayers' money to remove flags of lampposts in their division?
Councillor Brown.
Good morning again. I'm sure it's a technicality, but I do want to raise the facts, for I think it's a fantastic idea. I think a couple of the points have been raised or missed, but this is money out of reserve, Councillor Luca, I believe. It is out of the reserve, Councillor Luca, I believe.
Thank you, Councillor Luca. Thank you.
Down, Councillor Luca. I'm able to speak, and I have a very good working relationship with yourself, I thought, so it's a shame that you're answering me back in this way. If I could just, it's a technicality, but a grit bin. I have a school, I had 2 emails, and that's why I've just been catching up with them. The head teacher at Henhurst Ridge Academy, which is actually Branston Town Council, which is actually in my division, believe it or not, they've got a problem because no grit bin, no high-ways gritters go up there. And I know it's a technicality which I probably got it wrong, but actually this extension of the fund may allow actually for a grit bin to be filled if the County Council adopted it. They are desperate. Can you imagine 400 children going to this school and they've got no gritting facility? Oh, sorry, someone's got a bad cough. Would you like some water? But anyway, this is a fantastic resource. It's a cross-party resource. So we should be working together, not fighting. These small amendments are going to make a big deal to our residents. A big deal. And it's a pity that we've got political scoring going on. Thank you for listening.
Councillor White.
Thank you very much, Chair. So, with the amendments we've proposed to the budget, what we have tried to do today is we have tried to recognise the fact that the Reform Administration has a large majority. You have a mandate. I'll come back to the mandate later when I close on the item overall. You have a mandate. We're not looking to make any proposals that massively undermine the plans and priorities that you've outlined. As others have mentioned previously, they're very similar to our priorities previously. What we're seeking to do with these amendments is to make some small changes, and they're about priorities. So within an £840 million budget, these are about priorities. So it's not about the overall financial stability of the authority. They're all funded. They're all reasonable changes that we could make. It's about priorities. This change is just recognising a reality, which is construction costs have risen over many years, particularly within the highway sector. And the £7 million that was the figure that was set previously some years ago has been eroded in terms of how effective it is at delivering solutions for all of our communities. So that's all 62 of us. And we're looking to rebase that at a level that is appropriate for today. That's for every councillor in this room, but more importantly for every community we represent. It's simply a sensible proposal. We're not looking to do anything to undermine the budget with this. We're just saying it would be better if we had a sum of money where you can actually deliver the things that you want to deliver. And I know that many of you all have been having conversations with your local highways officers where they will have said it's very tight on 7,000 to do the thing you want to do. So that's all that it is. Thank you.
Councillor Murray.
Thank you. Thank you. It's a little bit funny, this one. Do you ever actually read the papers? Do you ever actually bother to listen to scrutiny? Do you so fixed in the letterbox mentality? This is in our capital programme. We literally already have this in. It goes before Cabinet in March. It's in the papers of our highways. We're already doing this. We're already in there doing this. It's in for Cabinet. It's part of our capital programme.
Please. Just one moment.
Mr. Chairman, point of order. Maybe the financial officer could confirm whether actually it is in the budget papers. I haven't seen a line on it in the budget papers at all.
One moment, please. Pete Shakespeare to respond. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Pearce. It's not clear within the MTFS as it sits within our capital programme. The capital programme will be approved at Cabinet within March, and the proposed change that you've put forward today is included within that capital programme to increase the member fund from 7 to 10.
away. Is that fixed and never going to change? And is it part of the papers that you've seen as part of this budget discussion?
My understanding is that it's fixed.
Can... Okay.
I think we've had an announcement there, and that's great news if this is going to be included in the Highways Capital paper. The point of clarification is I don't believe that Cabinet will have had sight of it, of course, because Cabinet will discuss their plans before they're made public. I don't believe the Highways Capital paper has been published yet, so there's no way that we as opposition members would know what's contained within it. So this is a good faith amendment. If it's going to be dealt with in the Highways Capital paper, I would actually, on behalf of my group, I'd be happy to withdraw this today. If Cabinet would prefer, or we can vote for it today. Okay, I'm easy either way on it, provided it's going to happen.
Yeah.
On the MTFS working group, have the documents there just been shown. So it was brought up during that working group. This point was. It is in there, and it will be coming through into Cabinet to be passed.
Demonstrates that we're all in agreement with this. So on that basis, hopefully we'll get unanimity across this place this morning. I think it's a really important thing that we brought forward. I'm sure many other members absolutely agree with this. But I would say, if anyone votes against it and they're not using their DHP, please let me know, because I can spend it 2 or 3 times over. So do me a favour, please, because it's hard work in my division.
And those against? And any abstentions? Thank you. Yes, please, order, please. Order, thank you. And back to the main debate. Councillor White.
Speakers who want to. Okay. Oh, forgive me, Chair. I think there's another amendment to come. So we'll get these out of the way if you don't mind.
Councillor Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We have a beautiful countryside here in Staffordshire, and some of that is Chasewater Country Park and also Cannock Chase. Back in the distant past, it feels like now, as part of the Conservative administration, we agreed that we would invest £18 million in the countryside estate, the Staffordshire Way, and I see that in these papers that's been sort of pushed back to sort of 28, 29 and 29, 30. So the leader tells us constantly that Staffordshire is the beating heart of the country. Actually, Cannock Chase and Chasewater are the jewels in the crown of this county. It's nationally and internationally recognised, SSSI areas of outstanding natural beauty. So this project, as I say, was started by us. We found the resources for it within the capital funding. We want to increase the business, the growth of this county, the footfall, raise awareness of biodiversity by providing a discovery centre in Cannock Chase, reinventing Chasewater and improving and showcasing our fantastic county. So the acting leader says that, as I say, this is the beating heart of the county. Let's see him prove that. I'd like to actually propose this amendment in the budget that we bring forward the £9.591 million of capital scheme from 28-29 to 2728. And I believe that I have Councillor Edgeler ready to second that motion. Thank you.
And do we have a seconder?
Yes, Chairman, I second that motion and reserve the right to speak. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. We'll just take a moment. Thank you. Thank you. Councillor Wilson, have you anything further to add? Okay, we'll open it up to debate then. Councillor Coles.
Thank you, Chair. As this is in my cabinet area now, it's interesting that this has been brought up when obviously that money was allocated in the previous administration. However, nothing got done. So we actually have met with many people across Chasewater, and they said they've never met a county councillor before that understood or spoke to them about what they needed there. Then we walked into a reinvention of a failed business plan that was going to use a load of money again. So we had to stop it, and we've reworked it all so that it actually works for the people. There actually is already investment going in. It's 1.3 almost million this year, next year, and 7.7 the following year. And we're actually doing it a way, again, that doesn't bankrupt us. And again, it's interesting because we have something like 5 times more footfall than a Lake District in Cannock Chase, but we've never optimised that. So actually, it goes to disrepair. We don't optimise it. So that's all part of the plan.
Councillor Edgeler.
No comments, Chairman.
Councillor Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think, Councillor Coles, I think those facts can be disputed, but it's not for me now. What I would like to say is, obviously we're talking about the beating heart of the country, we're talking about the big tourism conference that yourselves, Councillor Murray, and a number of others attended, which was fantastic in Uttoxeter last month, but also this money would help to fulfil part of the Staffordshire Nature, Environment and Biodiversity Report and Strategy, which includes the the Local Nature Recovery Strategy, which is affecting all, and I mean all, of our countryside, of which 80% is agriculture. So this money is not just a little bit. Did you mention 1.3 million or 7 million? And Cannock Chase, we need to make Cannock Chase, this is just one example. We need better car parks, we need a better visitor centre. This was all planned. So currently, you can come up with little bits about you've spoken to someone here or there. We need to make these areas state-of-the-art so that they are the beating heart. People want to come and spend their money in Staffordshire. They were going to have an international renowned business centre and a library refurbishment, and it's just a shame that this money cannot be used for these amazing facilities that are on our doorstep and they're currently lacking. Thank you for now.
Councillor Tagg.
Thank you. Supporting the amendment, obviously. Just a question relating to the creating libraries for the future, to the portfolio holder. Obviously, pushing that programme back from what was planned for refurbishment of libraries. I'd just like to ask, obviously it's 1.9 million, I would like to ask whether the £220,000 refurbishment work for Kidsgrove Library is going to be taking place, or has that been pushed back? And if it is being pushed back, would Councillor Screen like to call out his fellow cabinet member, like he has done recently on another issue, about investment in Kidsgrove being cut?
Councillor Wallins.
The Tories seem to forget that anything that they propose involves taxpayers' money. And from my understanding, I haven't heard no resident feedback whatsoever. So, in all fairness, the residents may not even want this money being spent on these areas. Wouldn't you agree?
Sorry, Councillor Coles, you've spoken once on this, so I'm afraid. Councillor Murray.
Yeah. It's again, it feels like they've got to try to attach themselves to everything we're already doing. We had to pause their plan for a couple of real important reasons. One, on Chasewater, it's a dam. Under their administration, Previously had to fully repair it, quite a big structure, and then maintain it afterwards. It had been poorly done. We now have an issue with that dam. Those papers have been shared throughout this whole winter period on that. So that does change it. But the worst thing, and let me tell you, Chasewater and Marcus Drive, I literally grew up there from the very early 70s. I have seen that area change, nearly reach and vanish again so many times. It's a place I walk on every single week into that area, so I know it well. I know it better than most people here. I'd be surprised if anyone does know it better than I do. The plans that existed was literally to rebuild the existing broken business model. It literally matched the floor print exactly. It was out of date when it was originally built decades ago, and they was going to repeat it. No, it needs to be something that goes forward. It must also be monetised in a way that protects every square inch of that protected area so that can thrive and send people down routes where they can enjoy, and that's where you add monetisations in the right, constructive way that fits with all key stakeholders of the area. This allows it to have the funding that continues onwards and upwards. Great examples throughout our country where this is actually happening today. Lake District being one. There are several great areas that have done this, and they're areas of flourishing far better, far more protected and secured for future generations because of the work they've done. This is a business model we'll do. It's something I understand, just that my whole life instinctively. It will be done. The work has stopped. The work has begun. It will all come on through. And unlike when originally this was planned forwards for the change in the car parks, where protests and demonstrations were weekly against them on their car park changes, I'll bring the community with us.
Councillor Bentley.
Councillor Tagg, I just wanted to, if you're not listening, Councillor Coles come to Cheadle Library, and I must admit it was really accepted in a nice positive way that we're going to do some investment on the smaller libraries, as we call them, that feel like they'd been left behind. So I have got to say that Councillor Cole has been to the Cheadle Library, and I believe she's been quite a few other libraries. And on the car parks, I'll be truthful with you, I've not been to Cannock Chase and them car parks. But in Cheadle, in Oakamore area, the Councillor Beamore's area, we've got two county council car parks that's got floodwaters in that have been on the schedule to be repaired for the last 2 years, and we're chasing it up as we speak. So I think going forward, I think if we could all work together with the cabinets and just get some of these areas done, I think we'd just be in a lot better place going forward. And I do think, I applaud us all to do this. Thank you.
Councillor Wilson.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm delighted to hear of the funding that is being spent on Chase Water and Cannock Chase. And I apologise for omitting to mention the libraries, and I'm thankful to my colleague sitting next to me that has been mentioned. I'm not suggesting that you've said that you're not going to do it. What I've asked for in this amendment is that it's accelerated. There seems to have been a pause with lots of projects for various reasons. You're using the same officers. Those were the officers that put forward the proposal during our administration. They're the same officers that I believe you're getting advice from now. So, you know, we're just repeating the work and kicking the ball into the long grass, I feel. So that's my proposal. I strongly back the library service. I strongly back our countryside estate. I understand that there's a £30,000 fund for each of the community managed libraries, which doesn't seem to have been paid yet. And that's been, you know, getting on for 2 years now. So I want to know where that is. But yeah, this is my proposal. I propose to amend this so that we accelerate this, so we draw the monies down from capital funding without increasing council tax to anybody, and get this work done now. Thank you.
Thank you. And we'll now vote on the motion to amend. All those in favour? All those against? And those abstentions? No. Thank you very much. We'll now move back to the main agenda. Councillor White.
Okay. Thank you very much, Chair. So as we draw towards the close of the debate on the budget, it falls to me to sum up on behalf of the opposition. And there's a lot being said about this budget. The summary that I would offer is, broadly speaking, the details contained in this budget are details that we, as the Conservative opposition, are supportive of, because they mirror the plans that we put forward for spending and priorities in this authority 12 months ago. We're disappointed the amendments have not been carried forwards, and I reiterate the point that they were amendments that we made to try and improve this budget. However, what we now need to move on to is the elephant in the room, which is the promises that were made on every bit of literature that every reform candidate stood on at the election last May. Reduce waste and cut your taxes. So we look at the budget today. It is a balanced budget for 1 year. Previously, it was a balanced budget for 3 years. We've had an efficiency review. Ooh.
Please.
There we go. Cut your taxes. Reduce waste and cut your taxes. Wow.
Point of order, please. Councillor Murray. And please, can you put those banners away?
It does seem they've taken it to the gutter
already. Can you please put those banners away?
They've taken it to the gutter. They've taken everything I spoke of at the introduction about the protest, about bringing it down to that level. Maybe they should read it again carefully, and maybe they should listen to the national statements on national news broadcasts stated.
Councillor Murray, this needs to be a point of order, please.
Nigel Farage stated, and it clearly states on there, that's national policy, not a local council tax one. Tax
Councillor Murray,
reduction.
thank you. Thank you, Councillor Murray, please. Councillor Murray, you've made your point. Thank you.
Okay.
Councillor White, thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you very much. So, as I was saying, the elephant in the room with this budget is the promises that Reform made to get elected last May. We've all seen these leaflets. These are local leaflets. These are the leaflets with the candidates' faces saying, vote for me, and the letters that went to residents across our county from Nigel Farage that talked about Staffordshire County Council being a massively wasteful authority and saying that Reform would come into Staffordshire County Council if they were elected as the majority and would root that waste out and cut it, and through the savings that would be made would reduce council tax. That's what it says in the leaflets. It says, cut your taxes. That was the promise. The claim that this council was wasteful, Reform would come in, they'd sort it out, Reform will fix it, I seem to remember was one of the slogans, and cut your council tax, cut your taxes. We turn the clock forward 9 months, what have we seen? We've seen an efficiency review that ran for more than half a year, at the conclusion of which we've seen business as usual savings, the same sort of savings that are in every budget every year. And I salute the hard work of our officers, Pete Shakespeare and his team, in doing that work, and indeed all the council officers across all the other areas of the council. It's a team effort by everybody. And thank you also for Cabinet for playing your part in doing that. But it is business as usual. You were all elected, colleagues, as Reform councillors on a mandate that you were going to reduce waste, make large savings, and you were going to cut taxes. And today, we're being asked, every single one of us, on a named vote, so that our residents can see what we do, how we vote. You are being asked to increase taxes by 3.99% in breach of your election pledges. So those two key pledges, I appreciate that also on the leaflets it said, stop the boats, scrap net zero and your energy bills. But the core promise, the one that we can actually deliver here, was that you were going to reduce waste in this council, and through the savings you made, you were going to cut taxes. And we are putting council tax up today, if we vote for this, by 3.99%. So that puts us in a quandary, because this is your promise, colleagues, as Reform councillors. You made this promise to the electorate. But can we, as Conservatives, go against that mandate that this council was given to reduce taxes? The answer to that is we can't, so we will vote against this budget and keep the promise that you all made. The challenge to each of you is, what will you do? Will you, when your name is called, vote in favour of increasing taxes in breach of that pledge you made to get elected, or will you vote to break that pledge? That is the challenge for all of you today. And I have to say, if you do vote for it, I hope each and every one of you will be apologising to your residents, because breaking those promises is... Councillor Murray, you'll have your opportunity to respond in a moment. A point of order by all means.
Point of order.
We have not broken any promise or any mandate. On the back of their state, very clearly, boats, national tax, they are several
Murray,
national points, not local council points.
Councillor
No
Murray,
mandate broken.
Thank you. Councillor, would you like to finish off?
Yes, thank you. I recognise it's uncomfortable, Councillor Murray. I also recognise, because I'm trying to be fair today, I recognise that all of our Reform colleagues in this room were all new candidates at the election. There weren't any county councillors amongst you. If you believed what you were told by your national leadership, by Nigel Farage, Sia Yousaf and Richard Tice, that this council was massively wasteful and that you would come in, find huge savings and cut taxes as a result, I understand that. A lot of people think that about their councils, don't they? But now that you have been presented with the reality, 9 months in, after an efficiency review that's lasted for most of that time, and you know this council is not wasteful, if it was, you'd have found that waste. You haven't, and you are breaking your election promise today if you vote to put up taxes. My only ask of you all is you consider that promise that you made to the electorate on all of your own literature, not just the national stuff. You think about that promise you've made when you're voting today. If you vote for, you need to apologise to your residents for it. Okay? If you believed it back in May, that's fine. We're here today in February of 2026. You know that what was on your leaflets, the promise that you made as a party to get elected, is not correct. So if you vote for the tax rise today, I hope you will go around and apologise to every one of your residents.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you.
Councillor Murray, would you like to conclude on the debate, please?
Yeah, I mean, it's just the condescending platitudes of a failed and a failing party there. To clarification, on the rear of that flyer is national policies. It's very clear as a county council we have no ability, authority on immigration. I mean, just none. You just do not. Yes, that's local government. It's national policy statements. That's commonly used by many parties throughout all of history. This point has been clarified so many times now, it's getting frankly quite boring. It was getting so boring, it was even clarified again on Monday. Broadcast live to tens, actually, might even be hundreds of thousands now viewed it. Nearly 3,000 people live at the NEC for a rally, just a local rally, done in the last minute, and 3,000 were still turned up there with all our MPs. And he stated very, very clearly, did Nigel Farage, made the statements again, clarifying that on the rear of those leaflets that went out nationally to every area of where we were standing, to every councillor who used that template, had the same message on. It was a national message. There is no mandate, no promise broken here by any single one of us in this room, not one. We stood on Reform UK of what we will bring to this country going forward, and then we stood on local issues that was on the front, and we all made our own statement on those flyers. No, do not try and listen to the spouting lies, and it is that we have broken a promise, because we have not. None. And snigger and laugh like little school children in the schoolyard, but this group over here, this party that is growing in momentum across this whole country, we are in the boardroom. And unlike the childish actions that we have seen today from opposite, they're still in the playground. So I recommend this MTFS budget, the hard work we have done, to be voted through by all of us who believe in this county and in this country. And we'll do so with the dignity of being in the boardroom of business people, looking forward to the growth of this county, and not in the childish playground of those opposite.
I will now ask the Chief Executive to take a name vote on the recommendations before the Council. I would once again remind members that under Section 106 of the Local Government Finance Act 1992, if they are 2 months or more in arrears with their council tax, it is an offence for them to vote on the budget. Members are also required to disclose at the meeting the fact that this section applies to them. I'll now hand over to the Chief Executive. Thank you.
Thank you. Apologies for the delay, councillors. I will now read everybody's name in alphabetical order. If you could indicate whether you are for or against the recommendations, please indicate. You'll note that some names are missing. Those who've previously given apologies or who are no longer at the meeting, that's why you'll see a few skips on the way, but hopefully everybody will be included. So in alphabetical order, Councillor Allen. Thank you. Councillor Bagley. Councillor Baker. Councillor Bentley. Councillor Broom. Councillor Brown.
Against.
Councillor Cecil. Councillor Clissett. Councillor Coles. Councillor Dean. Councillor Doherty. Councillor Edgeler.
Against.
Councillor Edgington. Councillor Farrell.
Against.
Councillor Gilbert. Councillor Greatorex. Councillor Griffiths. Councillor Hales. Councillor Higgins. Councillor Hodges. Councillor Holland.
Against.
Councillor Hood.
Against.
Councillor Humphreys. Councillor Hunt. Okay, thank you. Absent. Councillor Hussain. Thank you. Councillor Jones. Councillor Kelly. Councillor Lakin. Councillor Luca. Councillor Machin. Councillor Mandry. Councillor Mackenzie. Councillor Munro. Councillor Murray. Councillor Miners. Councillor Nixon. Councillor Parton. Councillor Pendleton. Councillor Pert. Councillor Rogerson. Councillor Rose. Councillor Screen. Councillor Shortland. Councillor Tagg. Councillor Thompson. Councillor Wallens. Councillor White. Councillor Wowman. Councillor Helen Williams. Councillor Paul Williams. Councillor Wilson. Councillor Woods. Thank you. We'll just top the numbers up.
I thought I was able to.
You are absolutely allowed to. You, of course, always have a custom vote, you see, when it's not close. The numbers.
38 for, 13 against.
38 for, 13 against. The recommendations are approved.
Okay, thank you. I can confirm it was 38 for and 13 against. We're now going to have a three-quarter of an hour break for lunch, so we'll be back here for 1:45. Thank you. To the scheme of delegation, RE confidentiality agreements and non-disclosure agreements. This is a request to approve additional wording to be added to the scheme of delegation for all of the senior leadership team, SLT, to be able to authorise the authorised signatory to enter into non-disclosure agreements, confidentiality statements or similar documents. Advice would need to be sought from the county solicitor before entering into the agreements to ensure that the county council is not bound by anything too onerous. Such agreements are not entered into routinely, but they are sometimes necessary to enable information to be shared between parties where, for example, that information is commercially sensitive. Councillor Murray, will you move the consideration of the report, please?
Yes, I move the consideration.
Is there a seconder?
There is a seconder from me. Thank you, Councillor Miners.
Do you wish to reserve the right to speak?
No, thank you. Yeah.
Okay. Any speakers? No? Okay. Councillor Murray, do you want to add anything further? No? Okay. Okay, it has been moved and seconded that the recommendations contained in the report be approved. Is that agreed? Aye. Thank you. Item 8, Statement of the Leader of the Council. Part 1 of the statement, items 1 to 3 are for debate. Items 4 to 12 in Part 2 of the statement are for information only, and no debate is allowed on them. Councillor Murray, will you move the consideration of the statement, please?
I move the statement forward. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to speak about something in Part B, which I'm told to put my light on at this stage.
One moment. Yes, you can raise any point.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, everybody. I hope you've had a lovely lunch. Thank you for the lunch. It was much needed at this time. Environmental strategy. I'd like to bring a point to the meeting, please. Mr. Chairman, Councillor Murray and Councillor Coles, you may have received a late email last night. The lateness I apologise for, and it was also due to late information coming to me. Please would they confirm that they will urgently meet me to discuss the Staffordshire Natural Environment and Biodiversity Report, which includes the local nature recovery strategy, before it is presented at the next Cabinet meeting. This is due to in my humble opinion, that it currently is not fit for purpose, despite an awful lot of work being done by officers, and I really would like to work with them to make it fit for purpose, because I think this will be an excellent opportunity for us all to work together positively. And I hope, let's not have political point scoring, let's just keep it to the facts, please. Thank you so much.
Councillor White.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good afternoon, everybody. So I am rising to speak to the Children's Social Care Improvement item, and it's just a good opportunity for me to celebrate the hard work and the achievement of our officers, but also our Cabinet team in terms of this. We can have political arguments about various things, but one thing that should never be in dispute is that above all, we're all here to keep people safe, and above all people, to keep our children safe. So there are improvements that are needed in our children's service. We started that work when we were in office after the Les Ofsted judgment. You are continuing that work, and more strength to your arm in doing that, both to our officers, but also Councillor Lakin to you, and to Cabinet for supporting the necessary work that goes on in that area. So well done, everybody.
Councillor Farrell.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to talk on the local government reorganisation statutory consultation launch. I think this is a really important point. We've got the consultation now open until March, and it's a chance for Staffordshire residents to look through the 5 proposals and come up with their own suggestions on what they think is best. I think we all in this room have differing views. I think on this side of the bench we all have various different ideas on how LGR should go, but it's massively important that whatever decision is made, that the residents are at the heart of those decisions. So I'd like to encourage anybody listening to this meeting to get involved and tell the government their views. And I'd like to ask Councillor Murray what this council is doing to spread the consultation far and wide, and how we're going to encourage more engagement in this consultation. Thank you.
Councillor Murray.
Thank you. And I'll get back to you on your letter that I haven't had a chance to read as it came through very, very late last night. Thank you for our recognition, which we all stand on, to our most vulnerable and needy in our society. Some parts just belong where they belong, don't they? And on that, we work together to make sure they are always given every opportunity and protection that they need. Those dreaded 3 letters of LGR. You say it 3 times and it will appear. Who did say that? Right. We've already started pushing this out on the public consultation. It's gone throughout our website, it's gone quite through our personal sites as well. Quite a few of us have, myself included. It is very important the public do get themselves involved in this consultation. Make it very, very clear. Scots Government had no mandate. They did not mention that they were going to devolve and remove every single local council in the whole of England before they got elected. They have no mandate for this. They just imposed it upon us. But now we have to deliver, and it made this very clear to everybody. And it's my instruction, my political instruction to the officers from the start. We didn't ask for it. We do not need it. But we have to deliver this. Regardless of it is coming, we do not have that power in government to prevent it. But we must deliver it for the people of Staffordshire. That is what we are doing. Our officers are absolutely fantastic, so much so they've been recognised. And we will be working with whoever is required to make sure every single part of Staffordshire gets the services they deserve at the best level that is achievable with everything that's coming forwards on us. It's vital. On this survey that is now out, public consultation, let's leave the politics aside, because it's now gone beyond that point now. This is deliverable. This is the hard work, and it is unbelievable the amount of work going forward to build, to just do the PMO, the management office behind the scenes for LGR, just to map every single service, every IT, every officer, every single system that exists, not just within the county, but within every single district and the city, and then somehow merge them all together to make them all work as one. It is a huge piece of work. We must make sure that not one bit of it falls foul or is not delivered on time, because that would stop people of our county having the services they deserve and have paid for. So on that one, let's just do the work.
Thank you. Councillor Pert.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. When the acting leader mentioned 3 dreaded letters, I thought he was going to talk about HS2 or the rebirth of HS2. But I think we could probably apply much of what he did say on LGR to HS2. The points I wanted to make on HS2 were on the proposed train line. And prior to boundary changes, I was one of the councillors who had significant chunks of HS2...
Councillor Pert, are we talking about children's services or...?
Oh, I thought we'd talked about other things on this.
No, well, they're allowed to speak. They've jumped...
I'll sit down and will you call me for train lines, please? Okay. I can carry on if you wanted.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Yes, okay. So now we will move... Is there any more on children's services before we move on? Right. Rail lines. Councillor Pert?
I crave your indulgence and I thank you for it. The point I was going to make was in the 8 years that prior to the boundary changes, we had significant unrest of residents and unease because 1 minute there was a train line, next minute there wasn't, 1 minute there is, and it is really unnerving for residents over 10 or 12 years to be threatened by this whole spectre. And the fact that the government, the Labour government, has now brought it back out on the table with no timelines, no plans, no nothing, in fairness, it brings little to Staffordshire and Staffordshire residents. And the uncertainty that this has brought, I think, is hugely unnecessary. I think equally that the people within HS2 had tin ears. So whilst they might have physically had consultation events and dialogue, frankly, anything that was presented to them as alternatives, particularly from people like the Stone Railhead Crisis Group, was just ignored. And there was huge amounts of money, because it was predetermined where the line was going to go, there was going to be huge amounts of money wasted by doing that. So I think we need to try and work as hard as we can to make sure there is absolute clarity and certainty for our residents, because otherwise this is just going to ramble on much like I've been doing for the last couple of minutes. And I would really encourage everyone involved, MPs and Parliament, as well as this council, to try and make sure we can give our residents certainty in that area, because the lack of clarity is a mental burden that people take with them day in, day out.
Councillor White.
Thank you very much, Chair. Yes, so this is another area where I think there's unanimity in this chamber. HS2 offers nothing to Staffordshire other than trouble. And we have opposed it consistently since it was first proposed here. Whether that was opposing our own government when the Conservatives were in office, or whether it's now opposing this terrible Labour government. This new announcement regarding HS2 is bizarre. There are no plans to deliver a new rail line. All that they've done is made an announcement that means that the people who live along the route of march for a potential line in the future have their lives blighted by the possibility of this, maybe for decades to come. And it's all just about holding on to the legislation and the holds over properties along that route. It's really cruel. It's really cruel. It affects real people's lives here in Staffordshire for a project that offers nothing for our people. We don't get any rail stations. We don't get any stops. Many of the models for how the services would be delivered for HS2 under the previous plans would actually reduce services for Staffordshire residents. This is a terrible thing for Staffordshire. The government needs to get on with repealing the legislation that is affecting the lives of people along the route of this line. Let us get on with our lives in Staffordshire, please. Stop doing things to us. Start listening to us.
Yeah, well said.
Councillor Brown.
Yeah, I'll try and be brief. Just to add to Councillor White, it's living, but it's also working. Let us not forget the rural community. 80% of Staffordshire, you'll hear it loads, is agriculture. Farmers and business owners are hugely blighted still by HS2. It is cruel, it is devastating, and a lot of people are still living a nightmare. They're not being compensated, they're not being listened to, and like I say, in Staffordshire, we've got to help listen to everybody, where you be rural, peri-rural, urban or none. It is a travesty in this country still, HS2. Thank you for listening.
Councillor Murray.
Thank you. When it's all really HS2, it's how this was announced gives absolute credibility to what I stood on originally, what you all stood on. Staffordshire is the drive-through county. It's the forgotten county. As I said earlier, it was the heart of the country. And I want to bring back that beat to make it the beating heart. 2 mayors made a decision within the Labour Party. They didn't even have the decency to even inform our chief executive of that decision. The first we knew was in the press. That's the first we knew of it, that they were going to once again carve through our county without even asking us first. It really goes why that place branding, why that voice is so strong, which runs through the heart of everything we are doing right now, is bringing Staffordshire back into its own. Because when you lobby within government, if nobody hears you scream, they can say no all day long. And we've had that a lot. But we must not forget why that opportunity lays there. Let's not forget who gave us HS2. That was Conservative policy. And they may have objected going against. Yes, you may have objected going against, but it was Conservative policy that went on through, that cost this country billions. And who started it? Labour started it? Batshed stupid, that wasn't Labour. 100 million? 100 million for a batshed. Shows the idiocy of management that happened. No, that laid through, and you raise brilliant points that I'll be raising again later. This basically holds again all that land that was put through the statutes, through previous governments, and now holds it in limbo for who knows when that will end. And because we had no voice, because they think they can just drive through us without any consequence, we were not even asked. Not anymore. I wrote letters on that point. I made it very clear on videos on that point. I've made statements actually through this council on that point. No more will be the forgotten county. That's the result of what happens. So, yeah, it must stop. At the very least, they need our permission, our working together to come on through this county. Can't just do it to us again. Thank you.
Councillor Greatrix.
Thank you, Chairman. Staffordshire famously, in terms of HS2, all of the pain, none of the gain, because there was no station ever planned, and the Y, as it used to be, phase 1 turning into 2A and 2B, was due to happen at Armitage with Handsacre. And technically, that's still where HS2 phase 1 finishes. So it'll come to a screeching halt at high speed and then chug along, presumably onto the northern line. However, as far as the track record of running big projects, doesn't matter if you talk about the Channel Tunnel project, HS1, HS2, we haven't got a good record for keeping to budget or keeping to timescale. So this is devastating news for Staffordshire, because it will involve uncertainty. And it wouldn't be so bad if it was a shovel-ready project where it was known budget and known commitment from funding. But it's neither of those things. So therefore, it's a pipe dream at the moment, and it's an expensive pipe dream, very disruptive, and I'm afraid it's not good for Staffordshire.
Thank you. Moving on to local, the LGR, Statutory Consultation launch. Oh. Councillor Murray? No? Okay. Have we any speakers? No? We're all done? Okay. So where are we now? So I move that the report be received. Is that agreed? Thank you. Item 9, questions under Standing Order 8. Members, the 15 questions and answers have been circulated to members and published on our website. In accordance with the usual procedure, the questions and answers will be taken as read. I will allow each questionnaire 5 minutes in which to ask the supplementary question and to receive an answer. No debate is allowed on the question. Right, Councillor Edgeler, do you have a supplementary question?
Yes, thank you very much, Chairman, and thank you, Councillor Murray, for your answer. But why don't we as councillors in Stafford know who's renting the premises, the Shire Hall? We know nothing about it, so who is renting the Shire Hall? It's the jewel in Stafford town. We've got a history day in Stafford on the 28th of March. We've got courts in there that's done major trials throughout the last couple of 100 years. We've got cells underneath in the Shire Hall. That all this should be open to the public. It's part of our history. You know, so Councillor Murray, I say to you, can we get the Shire Hall up and running, make it a part of our history like we've got the History Centre, add it onto that and make sure we can draw people into Stafford. You know, it's, in your opening remark, I mean, it should be open to the public. And again, on the 28th of March, we've got our History Day in Stafford. So please can I ask, on the 28th of March, we open the Shire Hall for the cells and the courts and everything, to be open to the general public, to see what Stafford is all about. You said in your opening remarks today, Councillor Murray, you said today it's protect our heritage. Our Shire Hall in Stafford is part of our heritage. So I beg you, please, can we have that open on the 28th of March, our History Day in Stafford? Thank you very much, Chairman.
Councillor Murray.
Yeah, thank you. Shire Hall is such a waste, such a wasted space, and has been for many, many years now. It's not been properly used since pre-lockdown at all. The investment has been sort of there then vanished, been there then vanished. There's a works order on there already for its flooring is a key issue. We are looking at this right away, right now. So much so that it's that beautiful that there's filming happening there. Going to soon be on our national TV within shows coming on up. It will highlight its importance, but it must also be fit for purpose. No point just putting something in there that then just costs money and does nothing. I know in recent years, they've looked at food offerings and that, but the ground rent, the works that are needed doing, the costing of it all, it has just been poorly managed as a business plan from the start. It really has. I mean, this goes back into the 80s. So you know, it's been decades worth of not being looked at in the correct, proper way. We have an amazing Cabinet Member for Culture right now. We're going to look at these venues. That one is key. And because at the moment there is a huge rental, insurance and taxation on there. Most times the Stafford Council do work with businesses and go and remove the business rates for short rental, because as soon as it opens you must pay the business rate on it for that day rates even. I'm sure we can get something done because it needs to shine. These venues do need to shine. That is one of the most beautiful venues in our county town, and we need something in there that's profitable and highlights its beauty. I'm going to work on that one. So, thank you.
Question 2, Councillor Wilson.
Thank you, Chairman, and I'd like to thank the Cabinet Member for her response. I was delighted to read that we're going to reduce costs in home-to-school transport for SEND pupils, forecasting actually £1 million under budget this year. I'm delighted to hear that. I refer to point number 40, page 13 of the MTFS, where you tell us that the risk of increasing numbers of children requiring an EHCP is significant, and these plans are driving costs in SEND transport in particular. A continuation of the statutory override between 25-26 is a scenario that may well arise given the complex and difficult nature of the answers to this situation. But it's not a sustainable answer, as it simply puts off the problem to the medium term when the size of the deficit is expected to be much larger. So in this point here, there is no mention of this underspend, and I'd be very, very interested in seeing the data and the reports that you're putting together that will support what you're telling me. Thank you.
Councillor Higgins.
Sorry, I did miss some of that, I'm afraid, but I did get the gist. And what I'll have to do for you, Councillor Wilson, is come back with that information, because I can't remember all that on my head, off my head right now. So what I'll do, I'll get a report and send it to you, okay?
Thank you. Question 3, Councillor Greatrex.
Thank you to Councillor Murray for confirming that such matters of Reform member misbehaviour are being handled by Reform UK or possibly Nigel Farage individually. Is the acting leader happy to explain to Staffordshire residents that locally elected Reform members do not want to take any local democratic accountability on its member behaviour?
Councillor Murray.
Point of order. What does that have to do with the question he wrote to me about Politics Midlands interview? His written question was on a Politics Midlands interview. He's now asking about something totally different. Please.
My follow-up question to the question raised, which was about Politics Midlands. Thank you to Councillor Murray for confirming that such matters of Reform member misbehaviour are being handled by Reform UK or possibly Nigel Farage individually. The question, is the acting leader happy to explain to Staffordshire residents that locally elected Reform members do not want to take any local democratic accountability on its member behaviour?
Councillor Murray.
I'm a bit of a loss what he's asking about there. Where I said even Farage himself, accountability, I really misunderstand what he's meant to be asking within it. Accountability. We're all here, we all voted on it in. Our accountability is pure and good. Are you again labelling us all under one singular trope without moving it? You just said to all, councillors again, accountable to all. Seems to me very much following on from an earlier comment where you labelled us all to be something. And again, saying, are you all accountable? I really missed the point of the question here, other than adding, again, another trope, another point. It's not surprising it's now such a nasty party. Really have to add a clear point to what you are asking, rather than trying to make it a political point to add visceral attacks upon a whole group to raise tensions within our society. I said before it must stop. You're doing it again and again and again. There's reasons why violence acts in our life. And I've witnessed this personally. I've witnessed this not only within the Midlands in the 80s, but across within Africa as well, where I've been out there when wars have started. And I've felt it starting within rhetoric like this. You've got to stop labelling whole groups just for your own political gain. We are more than accountable to everybody else. To say, I'm still a bit of a loss at saying even Nigel himself. What that has to do with the BBC Politics Midlands programme, which, by the way, deleted about a third of that interview. And I must let you all know this. It's a pre-recorded interview. They deleted about a third of it. Do you know why? They had to. They carried on asking me a question saying, I was following an account. Well, you followed these accounts, you must have seen it. And I went, well, I follow over 15,000. I do not see everything, but you follow these accounts. I went, no, I do not. But you do, so you follow them, you must be watching it. I do not see all these posts. Turns out I never followed this account at all at any point. Reported back to them and said, oh, we are mistaken, we'll remove all that from the interview. And just left that one end comment in. Again, it's taking slight of remark to put a whole agenda on everybody else. It's a trick of hate. And I will not stand for it anymore. under any level, make the specific point on the specific person, question and item. To label us all again, as you just did, is disgraceful again. And you need to be apologising.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Firstly, may I thank Councillor Murray for his reply, in which he has admitted that there were, in fact, no county farms actively for sale in May last year when Reform took control of this council. Councillor Murray, during his commentary earlier today on Staffordshire being the beating heart of the country, stated that he would, and I quote, protect the countryside. And before Christmas, at a farmers' meeting at the county showground, at the English Winter Fair, and repeatedly in council, Councillor Murray has said that county council farms are safe. So, having said all of this, could Councillor Murray please explain to us why have 2 county farms at Audley been included in the Audley Neighbourhood Plan, the first stage of development?
I think maybe you ought to ask his council member in those areas, because that is part of the local plan, nothing to do with us, and I've already told them no, no, no. But let's look at what they did previously. I mean, since 2019 alone, £21,450,227.94 was raised from selling 29 plots on our farms. These are not all tiny ones. No, no, the old Wood estate holding, 1.265 million. Pauldrick Estate Holdings, number 47, yeah, 505. Pure Barn Estate Holdings, £161,629,850. Upper Wollaston Estate, this is all in 21-22, by the way, 1,150,000. They've been selling our farms off at an amazing rate. And just going back, just to 2019, 2009 to today, got over 33,478,000. The price of farms have gone up a lot since then. These are all the sheets of farms, every single one that's been sold off. In their last MTFS, of that 21,450,000, we can't find out really what they used that money thereafter. But here's more about what it is. In the MTFS, their actualised forward earnings that could easily have been actualised. And remember, with that evidence of what they've sold off, to change our leased county farms in the rental agreement into BESS and solar farms. That's battery energy storage. That would be removing productive farmland, be it grazing. I mean, we are known as a dairy county. And put metal, chemically driven battery storage on there. Put glass and metal solar panels all over productive farmland. To say they wouldn't do it with that evidence, to say they were not going to do it to raise an extra 548,000 in rentable income. So much so, the officers put it into our MTFS and it had to be actualised. It is in the column of lost revenue because I've removed it. Our policy for our new farms policy comes to this cabinet in March. Would have had it in by now, but I've added an extra little bit just to categorically guarantee that our productive farmland remains productive farmland, not for energy, but for food to fork, for what it belongs, for what it is they've been there for hundreds, if not thousands of years. Yeah, I'll protect our farms, I stated. We'll protect our rural economies because of that.
Oh, no?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Councillor Murray, for your answer. I agree with you. It's a serious and fairly sad situation. We're all councillors here on the council. It doesn't matter if we're Conservative, Reform or any other, we need a leader of this council. You know, to lose one leader is unfortunate, an accident maybe. To lose two is a bit of a problem. We're now on our third leader of the council, if you maybe don't count that few days that Chris Large was leader. And it's a real issue for us all that we haven't got a permanent leader. So can I ask Councillor Murray to give me a timeline of when we're going to find a permanent leader of this council so we can stabilise and hopefully get some good things done for this county?
Thank you. First point, debt recoming very, very quickly. We'll do through our democratic process correctly and fully, through party lines, through party rule book, giving the announcement correctly to the county council, dates, timeline, as statutory right. We do need a dedicated leader for this council, and it will come straight away. As I mentioned earlier, life happens and it's hard. So do not let that be added on if they attempt to do so just. But I'll bring them back there, trying to make that we need one. I mean, how many leaders did the Conservative Party get through in recent years as our Prime Minister? Even so much so that following that democratic process, they got rid of one within a month and put another one through without even party members voting on it. No, we believe so. We have our party rule book, our democratic process. It will be coming through exponentially because we do need the leadership dedicated for in this council so the correct works can go through without hindrance, and all of our great work with our MTFS and all our other programmes can get pushed through at the highest of level with the greatest of performance for the people of this county. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Can I thank the acting leader for his response? And I welcome the response. I'm sure that everyone in this chamber agrees that staff are our most valuable commodity, and they must feel valued and respected and able to contribute of their skills fully for the benefit of our residents. So my follow-up question is just a very brief one, which is there a substantive, that was difficult, substantive whistleblowing policy, please?
A substantive whistleblowing policy ourselves. We don't believe in whips within reform. We do have a whip, it's more communications.
In fairness.
Sorry?
I'm talking about the staff.
Our staff? I thought you were talking about
this question relates to staff, and I think there is, but I just wanted a confirmation from you.
Sorry, my apologies. I thought you meant our group to have a whip then. Oh, that's very simple. Yes, we absolutely do within County Council, and absolutely rightly should do so. Simple.
Question 8, Councillor Luca, please.
Everybody, thank you, Chair. May I first actually start by saying that me personally, and I reckon a lot of also the members here would like to actually give Councillor Large a short message to say that we are here for him if he needs to while he's going through this time of grief, and I'm asking everybody here to stop with the low and very sickening remarks why a man is grieving for the loss of his parent. Right? Moving on, my supplementary question is considering that our Conservative, actually, Police Commissioner has raised in the last 3 times to maximum levels what he's actually asking for from each household. The first time he asked was £13. The second time he asked was £14. Now he's asking for a raise of £15. Why is this? When in his own public figures, which is there for everybody to see, it quite clearly shows that there's a remains of tens of millions of pounds which is not being used for frontline police services.
Councillor Screen.
Oops, sorry. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Yet another maximum precept rise. And once again, residents are being asked to pay for policing and fire twice, through income tax and the council tax. Paying more, but getting no more. The Commissioner himself admits the government settlement is, and his words, a cut again. Yet instead of challenging this, he imposes the maximum legal rise and hands the bill straight to the public yet again. He calls this above inflation rise personally disappointing, but still accepts it, rolls over and offers no protection for residents in return. Our frontline officers work tirelessly for the people of Staffordshire, but they can only deliver with the resources the Commissioner secures for them. Here's the simple truth. Reform UK delivered a 3.99 council tax rise. Conservatives over there, that group, attacked us and saying it was a betrayal of voters. Yet when their own Conservative PCC imposed a higher 5% plus precept rise, there isn't a single word of Conservative criticism anywhere, and that double standard speaks for itself. And let's be honest, the PCC who won't fight for Staffordshire isn't fit for Staffordshire.
Question 9, Councillor Clissett.
All, my questions to Councillor Higgins. What specific oversight or structure issues led to the current crisis in SEND services? And for how many consecutive budget cycles have these deficiencies been known to the Cabinet? Thank you.
Councillor Higgins.
Thank you, Chair. I'd just like to say children should not be involved in politics. I get what Councillor White says, but in reality, we have inherited a SEND system that has been allowed to decline to an unacceptable level because of political decisions made by the previous administration. The issues we see today are rooted in long-standing weaknesses in oversight. These weaknesses were identified across multiple budget cycles, but those early warning signs were ignored, as is evidenced by the 45 million cuts to children and families, which includes SEND. Families trapped in a maze of delays, missed deadlines, inconsistent support. Any responsible administration that received evidence of such failures would take immediate structural action, as we are doing. These issues were documented repeatedly over multiple budget cycles, and yet the Tories did not take the necessary action. As someone who has been through the SEND system myself with my own family, I know how stressful and exhausting the journey is, even when the system works properly. When it fails, it doesn't just create inconvenience, it creates real distress for children and families who are already under a great deal of pressure. This is why the Reform administration is doing what should have been done years ago. We are rebuilding the SEND operating model from ground up. We are replacing outdated systems that held everything back. We will not hide from and refuse to shoulder these responsibilities like the previous administration did. As such, we fully recognise the serious, urgent nature of the situation. Through the renewed SEND and alternative provision strategy, we are strengthening leadership and management. We have established much firmer performance oversight through the Children's Services restructure. We are increasing the capacity needed to support families properly, and across our schools we are promoting more inclusive education, practice and support that will reach children earlier and more consistently. I want to take this moment to thank our Director of Children and Families, the officers and their teams for their dedication to our shared vision and the work they've already done in driving these improvements. I would also like to thank my fellow Reform councillors whose collective commitment has made these changes possible, not least the approval of an additional £5.5 million investment in children and families, which is already having positive impact on SEND provision here in Staffordshire. These actions will bring greater stability to the system, but we also recognise the scale of the challenge, and we know that families need to feel real, tangible change. That is why we are absolutely committed to accelerating improvement so that children and families experience a service that is responsive, reliable and worthy of their trust. Under this administration, children will not be left behind. Families will not be left fighting alone, unlike the Conservatives. We will not tolerate a system that makes their lives harder instead of helping them. We are determined to deliver the system worthy of Staffordshire, one that finally provides the service our children and families deserve.
Thank you. Moving on to question 10, Councillor Hales.
Good afternoon, Chair and councillors, the public and people watching us on webcast. Can I ask Anthony Screen a question in relation to my original question? Can you tell me how many shops were closed before May 2025 and were there any prosecutions of those involved? Thank you.
Councillor Screen.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councillor. Talking of illegal shops, shops selling illegal items. Yeah, basically, I don't think there was any selling such as illegal vapes. I don't know what the people, the Conservative Party opposite, were doing at the time. Certainly some crafts they were doing, like today, chatting bubbles, posting stuff online, as they do. But certainly not involved in enforcement, as they should have been. It's taken a lot of hard work with our trading standards officers to get to this stage. Trying to get the boroughs and the districts to work with us has been extremely difficult, hell of a lot of pushback, I don't know why, and all that you're doing is to servicing and getting rid of criminals out to the high street. But I'm glad to say that enforcement has moved on, and districts and boroughs such as Lichfield, Tamworth, Kidsgrove, the Moorlands, they're all now taking part in that enforcement, and we've seen quite a few closures, as you know. And that's down to the hard work of the trading standards officers. And can I just say, Chair, Trish Caldwell is retiring at the end of the month. I'd just like to offer, and have it recorded, my thanks to Trish for all she's done for us, and certainly for me. She's absolutely phenomenal, and I shall certainly miss her, and I know this council will, definitely. Thank you.
Thank you. Question 11, Councillor Wallins, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Good afternoon to you, everyone. Yeah, thank you for the question, Martin. It was very much appreciated. I was wondering if a working group can be set up for local farmers, businesses and residents that have been affected from HS2. So that, now talks have reopened for another network rail, rail network. Thank you.
Councillor Murray.
We first have to be part of the conversation before we can do anything, and right now we are still not. I have had some replies from MPs, mayors, ministers on the HS2 announcement without our involvement at all. We do need to work in partnerships with them. We need to know exactly what their plan is. At the moment, there just isn't one. They just want to hold it on some wisp of a thought they might be able to use this area of designation in the future. We have no clue what it's going to do, build, or involve in. All we do know is all that HS2 land that was taken, they may have been paid, it was still taken, and has been held with these farmlands vacant. The damage it does to the roads, to our villages, to our communities, because of the works going on still, especially into Lichfield and on the A38, A34 corridor area, it turns around and goes back to London, if it'll ever reach there. But it comes straight through Staffordshire, and all these plots of land, these dormant farms, businesses, playing fields, we're still not allowed to use them. They've held them in limbo again for another 10 years while they do this. It's just a land hold without any feasible plan for what may happen. Let's see what they come back with. Let's see what this government is willing to even share with the public this time. Because on this one, with 2 Labour mayors acting within their own Labour government, decide they can just run roughshod over this country once again on this matter, and even more so over this county. Told you then, I said earlier, I've already said no. I've already shouted very loudly on this point. We will not be forgotten on this. We will raise it with them. Let's see what they want to do, and then we can see how we can act. Thank you.
Thank you. Question 12, Councillor Jones.
Publicly add my best wishes, support and condolences to Councillor Lodge. I wish him well, and I'm sure we all do here. Thank you. Can I also thank Councillor Lakin for his reply to my initial question? It is great to hear the Ofsted inspection went so well. I have read the letter. Can Councillor Lakin give a brief update on the priorities for children and families in 2026? Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Lakin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Councillor Jones, for your question. And I would also like to pass on my sincere and best wishes to Councillor Lodge. Losing your mum is no matter your age, is devastating. I lost my mum 4 days after I was elected, and it still hurts. It certainly does. I've read some disturbing and hateful comments myself online about Chris's loss, and I just wish that certain Tory members opposite would engage their brains instead of their mouths. You really do live up to being the nasty party. Mothers are the reason we're all here. Without them, we wouldn't exist. They are so important within families. They're the bedrock of families. They're so very, very special. And we must never forget that. The Ofsted inspection went extremely well. And I'd like to publicly thank the officers and the staff who took part and make children and families a shining example. Also, we reformed the political party in charge can pat ourselves on the back. Ofsted were complimentary to the support given by this particular political leadership. Priorities for 2026 are the restructuring of children and families, the implementation of the Family First Partnership. This will lower the caseload for staff, provide a clear line of sight and managerial oversight at all levels. We'll be implementing liquid logic. This will free up time for staff and provide an improved managerial grip and intelligence on the quality of the practice that is provided. We'll refine the corporate parenting arrangement, and we'll continue to improve management oversight. And there will be an improved quality assurance. But I'll add one more thing that hopefully going forward will improve the priorities and improve children and families.
Moving on to question 13. Thank you. Question 13. Councillor Doherty.
Good afternoon, everybody. I would also like to start by offering my condolences to Councillor Chris Large for his family. My thoughts and prayers are with them at this time. Thank you, Councillor Lakin, for your response to my question. I'd like to follow up by asking, does Councillor Lakin agree that if the previous administration had not cut £47 million from children and families, we might not now need to invest £5.5 million to rectify their mistakes, and that those funds could instead have helped further reduce the council tax position? Thank you.
Councillor Lakin.
Thank you, Councillor Doherty, for the question. I know in this side of the chamber we all support, as I've just said, Councillor Large, and he knows that. It's also good to see that the vast majority of the members opposite are still there, unlike the last time. You're right, 47 million was cut. What were they thinking? I don't know. It's got to just, all I can say is shame on them. Unlike the Tory cuts, the 5.5 million this Reform administration is putting into children and families, it's real investment. Unlike the Tories, we're not into fantasy pantomime politics. I'll leave it up to our members to decide which ones are the villains and which ones are the donkeys. Unlike the Tories, Reform don't offer sweeties and treats to garner favour and votes. We offer real substantial politics and funding for our Staffordshire children, who are the beating heart of this great county. Yes, Councillor Doherty, you have hit the nail on the head. Had we not had to clear the financial shambles of the Tories, we would not have needed to invest the 5.5 million, and we would have used that money to reduce the council tax for everyone within Staffordshire.
Thank you. Councillor White.
Chair. So it's a point of information. I think it will be for the Section 151 officer. 2 points. Firstly, I believe that the cuts that Councillor Lakin and Councillor Doherty have just referred to are savings within the families and children's budget over the period of time that the Conservatives were in office. There are similar savings in the budget that we've just passed. First point for the Section 151 officer to confirm. Second point is the net spend in the children's service. Did that increase or decrease during the Conservatives' term of office? People need to understand what cuts mean. My understanding is we invested an additional around £300 million during our period of office. So I'd be grateful for clarification. It's important, as we seem to be, sadly, heading into the realms of politics with our children's service here this afternoon. It's a real shame. We could do with clarifications, we're all talking about the same thing.
Thank you, Councillor White. So I can confirm that savings were allocated to the children and families budget area, although the net budget over that period did increase because of additional monies that were put in. So the net position increased, although savings to the tune of around 50 million were identified over that period.
Thank you. Moving on. Question 14. Councillor Rose.
Good afternoon, everyone. I do accept the acting leader's decision to allow Councillor Barry Martin to remain in the Reform UK Limited Group, as his actions were embarrassing for the council, but I do not deem them hateful. But can the leader or acting leader make assurances that any councillor in the controlling group found guilty of making, supporting or liking hateful and deeply offensive comments will have the post of the whip removed? Thank you.
Councillor Murray.
I'll confirm nothing until due process has taken its course. I'll confirm nothing until due process has taken course. What? I'm sorry, Chair, but it shows the level again. They cannot even allow you to finish a sentence without interrupting. It just really does show the quality and the level. I mean, it just lacks. It really lacks. I mean, the question, his vote was on the Nolan principles himself. I am a firm believer, and I've stated so many times this council meeting and at the last, about due process to take its course. And you act upon that, upon the advice and the agreements then within your own groups that do so. I must say, in the case you raised with Councillor Barry Martin, since he did take some severe punishments, by the way, he was removed from roles. He was removed and told, and well, it didn't need to be told, he apologised to people who had offended within the parish council. He's since been exemplary. Proof within procedure going forwards. But maybe on the non principle, should look at his own leader. And I will not bring up why. Because his own leader has the last couple of days apologised for his mind powers that he declared to have. But he apologised, and therefore it is done. Due process takes course, you act accordingly from in that. What am I guilty of? Stubbing a toe? Or doing more? Silly point to raise. Due process will always follow forward to what is right and what has been read.
Question 15, Councillor Machin.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon, everybody. And also my thoughts and prayers go out to Councillor Large. So my question for Councillor Coles is, why is the Strengthened Community Fund framework essential to restoring public confidence and ensuring the most vulnerable and needy in our communities are prioritised?
Councillor Coles.
Thank you, Councillor Machin. Excuse me, I'm losing my voice a bit. I just want to, as I'm the last person as well, say thanks to Councillor Large. Because of him working tirelessly on all of the MTFS has enabled us to look at improving the community fund, which, as we mentioned earlier, was heavily cut by the previous administration. But also on that point, if the previous administration had looked after their money better, maybe it could have gone further to the right parts of the community. So ultimately, I've been in 8 months now, excuse my voice, and reviewed the approval process, approved different ones, and as you know, in the last council meeting, added extra checks and balances, but we didn't update the criteria at that point, because obviously we need to get in and understand it. So obviously we need to make sure that that is fit for purpose. The process, I don't think, was fit for purpose in the previous administration, and there was gaps. So there's gaps about confidence, fairness and safeguarding. So it obviously here is to help people that are vulnerable, children, families, older residents, grassroots volunteers, really to make an impact in all of our communities. And it should have a measurable impact and it should be clear. So in these months, I've looked at the letter of the rules, and I think there's some that have failed the public perception test. So it might have met the letter of the rules that are set out, and we won't retreat into rules to excuse questionable decisions. It's not what Reform Administration would do, or I as a councillor will do. We've been elected to restore responsibility to all of our taxpayers on their money. So an example of this is between 21 and 24, around £5,500 was awarded across tranches from our community fund when an elected councillor was the managing director. Declarations were made, but not only that, there was about another £4,500 from local funds across different wards. So even if you've got a declaration of interest, is that really the best money to go there? And especially when it was close to strike-off as well on Companies House around the time of the applications. Raises serious questions about the governance, sustainability and risk to taxpayers' money in the council. So obviously there was no published evidence of where that money went. So obviously I think the system has failed. It's failed our taxpayers as well. So obviously that's where I'll make changes. And you saw in my response, that I've made 3-point changes on that. So conflicts of interest will be considered. If you're a director, founder or hold an operational role in anything like that or a profit-making venture, you're not eligible. Reputational and conduct safeguarding, we'll be doing further checks to make sure that you are an upstanding individual. And then finally, we've got that responsibility to manage the public money more and deliver on our promises. So we'll make sure that volunteer-led communities have that ability to have those funds, and that will stop going forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Right, moving on to item 10, petitions. I believe, Councillor Greatrix, you have a petition?
Chairman, I've referred to Walsall Road, which is one of the old roads that connects Walsall to Lichfield. Used to be the road out from Lichfield. It's an old road and it's overgrown its use for HGVs as they've got more frequent and they've got heavier. There are residents within sort of 10 yards of the road, and there is great concern about the amount of damage that it's causing to local properties. I know you can't see these, but I'll submit these with 221 signatories. It's quite straightforward getting the signatories because most people agree that they don't want HGVs travelling along Walsall Road. The issue is that there is a advisory traffic order that's supposed to keep 7.5-tonne vehicles off the road. It's only advisory, and even though there's the Lichfield Southern Bypass, people are carrying on using the road, particularly late at night, particularly when it's quiet, and it's disturbing residents from about 5:30 in the morning until the early hours of the evening. I've asked about getting a mandatory traffic order. It's too expensive for my allowance, which is what I mentioned earlier, and so therefore the residents have had a petition and 221 residents have easily signed it, no opposition whatsoever. So I'll submit that, and thanks to the local residents who've done the foot soldiering to get those signatures along.
Thank you. Does any other member have a petition they wish to present? No, that's fine. Thank you. Well, that concludes today's council meeting. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.